right now, like so many people are taking advantage of these like traditional work environments. And as more people take advantage of it, we have a generation of people who are just checking out. They're like, this doesn't work for me. Like, this is not worth it. You know, if you look at things like, you know, wages, like, for example, teacher wages. So teacher wages have not kept up with inflation at all. And then on top of that, we have this like growing technological crisis where kids are becoming more dysregulated than they've ever been. We also have all kinds of like fear of lawsuits. So teachers cannot discipline kids. And so we're seeing an absolute collapse. I don't know if like people are seeing it like economically, but I'm seeing it on the level of like teachers who are burnt out and like students who are really struggling. Like parents come to me, no one knows what to do, and like the school system's the answer. So I'm seeing is a whole failure of traditional institutions. You hate sitting up straight is because no furniture is designed for you to sit up straight. So I'll teach y'all something cool, okay? So I'm gonna sit like this. So this is easy for me to sit up straight. You guys may not be able to do that.
No problem.
If you sit on the cushion.
Oh, on the cushion?
But yeah, like that.
I got it.
So half and half is right. And notice what happens to your back.
It doesn't feel weird anymore.
It doesn't feel weird, or it does?
It doesn't feel weird anymore.
So isn't that weird that sitting up straight no longer feels weird? There's a really simple test that you can also do where if you sit at the edge of your chair and you put your feet out in front of you and you cross your legs, your back will naturally be straight.
So edge of the chair, feet.
Yeah, so scoot back just a little bit. And you notice the difference now?
Yeah, definitely. I can feel it in like my lower back.
Right now, like so many people are taking advantage of these like traditional work environments. And as more people take advantage of it, we have a generation of people who are just checking out. They're like, this doesn't work for me. Like, this is not worth it. You know, if you look at things like, you know, wages, like for example, teacher wages. So teacher wages have not kept up with inflation at all. And then on top of that, we have this like growing technological crisis where kids are becoming more dysregulated than they've ever been. We also have all kinds of like fear of lawsuits. So teachers cannot discipline kids. And so we're seeing an absolute collapse. I don't know if like people are seeing it like economically, but I'm seeing it on the level of like teachers who are burnt out and like students who are really struggling. Like parents come to me, no one knows what to do. And like the school systems in the United States are getting absolutely screwed. So I think what we're seeing is a whole-scale failure of our traditional institutions. This becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. If I go into a job interview and I feel a lack of confidence, if I believe I'm a loser, then I'm not gonna get the job. You used to go to clubs and buy bottles of champagnes and thought that you were a loser, didn't end up where you wanted to go. So this is what a lot of people don't understand. Everyone's focused on productivity. But the single most important thing that will determine your future is your sense of who you are. And that's not like some, oh, spiritual, get connected with you. This is like, go ahead.
Doing.
Okay, you're live streaming. So scoot up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
It's right in my face.
It needs to be right in your face. No, it does need to be right in your face. Look, it's in the green. You speak.
You speak.
You have to speak louder.
You speak in your face.
Okay. Speak louder.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can you? My glasses are always blurry.
Again.
Why are my glasses always blurry? Hi, I'm here. I'm talking.
Okay.
Am I in the green?
Okay. So yes, you're in the green. We want you in the yellow, but so I usually talk like this. Look, you see?
I'm not going to talk like that.
I know. Okay. So then what you need to do is you change, this is browser cam. Look over here. Look.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you click this and it'll show this. And then you go back to full cam and it'll show this. Okay, so this is the only thing that you need to click and I will be right back, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. Happy Friday, guys. Am I too loud?
No, you're not.
I'm not too loud. I'm never too loud. I will yell this whole time. Hey, so it's nice to see you guys. I never know what I'm doing. It's always a little bit of a train wreck, but I love May, even though it's crazy over at Healthy Gamer. I really love getting to go really hard on the live stream with you guys and all the content and all the community events, and it's super fun. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're doing this month. If you are joining us for the first time this month, and if you're back, I want to show you all the cool stuff you've helped support. So, Okay, Alec says all I have to do is push this. And you can see some of our milestones. So we were a little ambitious this year and said, okay, we're going to make this guide to love, sex, and relationships. We thought, you know, there's this vein of mental health that keeps popping up around connection, loneliness, wanting to find a partner, wanting to kind of be your best self, wanting to be someone you're proud to be. And Alec and I have both been there. And so we were like, okay, let's really figure this out, figure out how we can kind of communicate this and condense it. So we did the love, sex, and relationships module, which has been really fun to watch develop. I don't know if you guys have seen the trailers or the bloopers, but it's really funny. And we actually were able to help about 4,000 folks so far, or 7,000 folks so far. So that's awesome. I'm really proud of that. And I just wanted to share a little bit. If you guys don't know me, I'm Mrs. K. I'm Kruthi. I'm Miss Kruthi in chat. And I'm Alec's wife. He's my husband. So some people call me Mrs. K. And I run the Healthy Gamer business side. So all of the stuff that Alec is like, hey, I think, you know, mental health should do this. And I think we need to talk about trauma. And I want to do these workshops. And I want to develop a coaching program. I'm like, okay, how do I figure out how to get this done? So the Healthy Gamer team is about 250 people so far, including all of our coaches, mods, editors, everybody. And I have the privilege of leading this incredible group of people, and we're growing thanks to your support. And I just kind of want to show you a little bit about how we're growing, what we're doing with all of the support you guys are giving us. So at 3,000, we kind of broke even. At 4,000, we really wanted to be able to stream more, but you know, we needed to make sure that we had the resources to do it well, because as you guys know, streaming mental health content takes a little bit more than other stuff. So we are able to add a new stream. Alec filmed a new show that we're super excited to kind of put out there later in June. Another big ambition of ours was we've been collecting data for like 6 years on meaningful change in anxiety scores, depression scores, sense of purpose, sense of meaning, sense of control over your life. And actually there was a poster about our content at the American Psychiatric Association this week. And we really want to plug in more with the academic community. There's so much incredible research that we get to show you guys, but we want to also give back and say like, hey, here's what we found works. So that's a big initiative of ours. And then kind of in that vein, we're wanting to grow the HG Institute. So if Healthy Gamer is kind of undergrad and grad school, HG Institute is for kind of the most advanced stuff. So it is for therapists, for coaches to get continuing education that's approved by the American Psychological Association, by the addictions groups, by the social worker board. So this is like approved official mental health education over at the Institute. And that team has been doing amazing. And then of course, our real thing is take all of our tech and products that we've built and put it into a mobile app that does a little bit more on everything really, but just to kind of give you guys more. So that's what we are doing with all the support. And thank you guys so much it's incredible what we've been able to build with you guys over the last couple of years. So thank you so much. Okay, and then one more thing I wanted to share with you guys. There's a free community event going on right now. So especially if you have bought the LSR guide and you're wanting to do more of the skills part, this is where that is happening. So it's a free challenge. And every week has a different focus. So we're going to be in this Get Closer week right now. So this is really about communicating kind of the tough stuff that happens in relationships that I'm sure we'll talk about more today, and really sharpening social skills through small acts of showing up. I know I'm guilty of this, where to me, if I'm going to get together and do a social thing, then it becomes this whole big like cloud over my head to be perfect. And if I'm going to talk to one person, then I need to talk to all my friends, and then it's almost too much. And this is something I've personally practiced, is smaller acts of showing up, and it's been amazing. And then next week is much more about finding that sustainable routine, keep growing. So finding what's sustainable and fulfilling, and really a lot of introspection here. Oh no, Alok's mouse scrolls up instead of down. Literally everything about Alok's setup is so backwards from mine. But anyway, this is what we're up to. Allison, our head of community, has been amazing. Our mods have been amazing. I'm really proud of all the stuff that we're doing this month. So thanks for being here. I'm gonna switch. Okay. Hi. All right, Trevor, are you around somewhere? Am I supposed to be using?
Here.
Oh, you're in a pair of headphones. Hold on. Let me see. Are you in this
Okay.
one?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Can Stream hear me? I'm not sure. Maybe they can, but I'm here for you. So would you like your first guest?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so then I have to put these on properly.
Probably yes. And this will be for you. A question for you.
Okay, cool. Let me see how I can do this.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. Hi, Laffy. Hi, Crow. Thanks,
Oh
mods.
my god. Okay.
Awesome. All right. We'll bring, this person I think doesn't have their camera, so it'll be just voice, but here we go. I'll bring them in now.
Okay.
Hi, I'm F Tom. You're live on Healthy Gamer.
Hello.
Hey,
Ooh.
Tom.
How are you this fine evening?
I'm doing great. It's so great to meet you. How can I help you?
Is it question time? I'll just give you my question.
Sure.
Yeah. So when I watch your streams and Dr. K's streams, the impression that I get is that in certain ways you're quite different people. Just off the top of my head, I think I've heard Dr. K talk about during like his spiritual journey, if you want to call it that, you used to like tease him about it a little bit or like make fun of it.
Yeah.
And it used to, I can't remember exactly what he said because it was a while ago when I watched this. I think he said it used to annoy him a bit, but then it helped him.
Wait, are you
I don't know.
I'm trying to talk to Tom.
Okay, give me a second. Oh, do they not have camera?
He's audio only, but you go ahead and use
Okay,
the
yeah,
split
we're
screen.
fine.
That's fine.
Sorry.
They will at least have his name on there, but whatever.
Great job.
Go ahead, Tom. You're telling me how I used to annoy Alok.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what he said. It was something like it used to annoy him, but it helped him not take himself so seriously or something. It was something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
And when I watch your streams, they're more like I'm not sure what I'd call them, like external based or like material based, I feel like, whereas
Yep.
Dr. K's are a bit more internal, spiritual, that kind of thing.
Yep.
So I guess my question is if you have big differences in that way, like spirituality, I feel like is a big part of someone's life if they're into that kind of thing. And that's kind of different from your partner.
Mm-hmm.
There must be some element that like keeps you together despite like a big difference like that. Because for example, my parents are kind of similar in terms of their very different personalities and temperaments and interests and that kind of thing. But they've been together a long time and they're still in a happy relationship. Or conversely, I know people, and I'm sure you do too, who are like very similar, who are together, but in like the worst way possible. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean. Yeah. So yeah, what is it? Am I correct? Are you quite different people? And if I am, like, what is it you think that like, connects you or binds you together? Or
We are I don't know how much more different we could be. I'm super extroverted. He's much more of an introvert. Um, I play tennis. He plays video games. Like, we don't have hobbies in common. I think intellectually we like some of the same things, but what I like to talk about is not what he likes to talk about. What he likes to talk about, I could not find more boring. That's how this all started, actually, because he would keep talking to me about this stuff, and I was like, you need to talk to somebody else. And so I made him a Twitch account. I was like, who'd be interested in this is like everybody else. That's not me. So
Yeah.
let me set you up on Twitch. That's actually how this started. And the base of your question, though, around two people that are spiritually quite different, is interesting, because that is like the one thing where we're quite similar but very different approaches. He is much more yoga based. He is much more introspective. He is much more kind of in the pursuit of enlightenment. And I'm not really interested in enlightenment. I like to have a good time. I like nice things. I am more practical. Kind of, you talked about that, like the material versus the kind of detached.
Yeah.
I'm not detached. I care a lot about too many things. But I'm tantric, so my practice is quite different. My practice is less intense, but that is one thing where we are actually quite similar, but different approaches and different objectives. My objectives are different with my practice. If one of us was very if we had fundamental different ways of looking at the universe, I think that would be different. But we both kind of have an energetic approach to karma and the way things work and why things happen and what's your responsibility in this situation. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is we have a similar sense of who is responsible for what. And I think when you're super detached, you can be too like, oh, what will be, will be. And when you're too attached, you can be too invested and kind of too selfish. And so I think in that way, we balance each other out in the best way, where I'm like, okay, if you want to do this mental health for free thing, that's great. Your kids have got to eat. So what's the plan?
Yeah.
So we balance each other out in that way. And he's very like, yeah, our kids have to eat, but I really want to be mission first. And so it's like, okay, we can do it that way. And I think having a similar moral compass and willing to talk about the conflict, where both of us have a very high sense of accountability and responsibility, I think that is fundamental to a good relationship. And also, like, we don't take things personally that much.
Yeah, it's so fun. Like, that is exactly how I imagined your like relationship, in terms of, I can imagine just like what you said, like Dr. K being like, no, we can't like chase views, and we can't, it needs to be mission first. And then you being like, we need some views. Otherwise, we're going
Or
to be
we're going to have
homeless.
to get jobs. Like, pick one. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's this. So the thing that you really bond on is spirituality.
Yeah, actually,
Or like
that,
your
and we
core
both,
values, I guess.
yeah, and we both like to read, but it's funny because the stuff that I am like, oh, this was really great, I want to talk about it. He's like, I thought that part was boring. And then he's like, oh, did you see this part? And I was like, no, I skipped that part. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Fair.
Did you get the answer you're looking for?
Um, kind of. I guess I'm thinking like outside of spirit, or I guess you could call it like core values, I guess. Like say, um, yeah, I just know people who are like I know some couples who are so different and it works, and some couples that are so different and it's like, why are you two together? But like, yeah, I guess I'm wondering what is the thing that keeps the different ones together, or like what is lacking in the people that are the same but it doesn't work, if you get me. But
Yeah.
I guess you could say that's like core value rather than like, spirituality. But
It
yeah.
is, but also if Alok, we talk about this all the time. If Alok had married somebody like him, like they would never leave the house. Like that would not end well. I don't think there would be a lot of affection or joy.
Mm,
So we talk about like, how you wouldn't want to be with somebody that's just like you. If I married somebody that was just like me, I would probably be, I don't know, falling into a lot of the traps of like kind of material society of like,
yeah.
chasing bigger house, bigger cars, all that kind of stuff. So I think you need the balance, but you have to be really intentional about what you want from each other. And it's not easy. It's difficult to kind of like know, okay, this is what I want. This is what you want. This is what you need from me. This is what I need to adjust to give you what you want, give you what you need, give us what we want, what we need, give myself what I want and what I need. It's hard. You have to
Yeah.
adjust.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So I
yeah,
guess it's like you balance it, the yin and the yang, if you will.
yeah. But I mean, some people need mirrors of themselves, right? Some people are more rigid. So
Yeah.
it's just what you need in life, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Thanks very much, Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Travel.
Okay,
Which camera is it? Is it this front one in front of me, or is it this one over here?
look straight ahead of you. Yeah, the front one right in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want espresso
That's-
martini in 5 to 10 minutes, or do you want like a coffee like right now?
If it's going to be 10 minutes, I'll take a coffee now. If it's in 5 minutes, I'm okay.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I directed you to the correct camera. We'll find out soon, but it looked
It's
good.
all good.
Would you like to
Okay.
take your next question?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to just check chat really quick.
Awesome. Let me know.
She just admitted she's high maintenance. I am. I've been pretty clear about this kind of from the start with Alok. I thought it was the front one behind her. Oh no. Trevor, they're going to mess with me. All right.
Let
Hi,
me take a
guys.
look.
This is so exciting to see. I know some of these names in chat. This is so cool to see you guys again after so long. This is great.
Yeah, straight ahead of you is good.
Okay, straight ahead of me. Is it true you didn't want to date an Indian person? Yeah, I wasn't super keen on it. Mainly because I just didn't want to be in the same community that I really wanted to go out on my own and just kind of do my own thing. What advice would you suggest for someone who is in a period of lacking confidence? Okay, I'll tell you right now, even today, Alec and I both, our confidence waxes and wanes. Okay, so like there's never going to be a period in time where you are going to be 100% confident 100% of the time. I think you feel the most confident when you see yourself getting to where you want to be. So keep taking the steps that you need to. There's always going to be bumps. And the only way forward is through. So I feel like people that want to take shortcuts or skip steps, that's where your confidence won't be consistent. You gotta go forward. Gotta go through all the good stuff, all the bad stuff. Jose Ramos, I love your shirt. Where can I get it? Thank you. Actually, this is part of our mental health May package. So there's a bundle that has this shirt, which has, let me see if I can show you the back. Take this off. It has mental health is sexy. And Franklin. And this blanket. It's called Dr. K's Sexy Bundle. It's on our merch store.
Also, make
Paid
sure you
chatter
talk into
for
the
real.
microphone.
Okay.
Hey, welcome back.
Thank you. Okay. How do you decide where you want to be? Decide who you want to be. The where is just a means to get to who you want to be. How am I high maintenance? I need a schedule, I need a plan, I need comfort. I don't like mess, I don't like clutter. I'm very particular with the way I like things done. And I have kids, so like it's not just like, oh, I want this plate. There's a lot going on, a lot to maintain. How do I unleash my full toxicity into the world? I cannot help you there. All right, Trevor, let's go to the next question.
Okay, I will be bringing you Dunku Howls. And I also want to remind you to talk into that microphone.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Oh.
And here we go. Hey, Dunku, you're live on Healthy Gamer.
Oh.
And she is using a camera.
Hi.
Hello. Give me a second. I might want to set it up so that I can see you clearly.
It's okay.
There we go.
You try that split screen interface, Kruti. It's an interview overlay.
There we go. I can see you nicely.
Hi.
Hi.
Interviews
Hello.
Discord? Nope. Boy. You can talk. I'm gonna just try to find the right one.
You got it, but let me just pop in there and try to fix something.
Thank you. What's your name?
Okay. My real name is Priyamvada.
Whatever you want me to call you.
You can call me Priya.
Priya? Okay, nice to meet you,
Yeah.
Priya.
Yeah. Do I just explain the question directly, or do you want to know the context where I'm coming from, or how do you prefer?
Guys, actually, can I interrupt you briefly?
Yeah.
I'm not actually able to log in. Are you able to turn on AnyDesk for me so I can fix that?
I'm able to get Alok. Did we do it?
So I just need to be able. Oh yeah, he's got it.
Okay.
You're good.
All right,
We're
cool.
good. Nice.
Okay, Priya.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
What can I do for you?
Magic.
I will try.
But I'm joking. So yeah, I'm like a fairly grown adult. I have a job, figured things out, running okay. But I'm coming to an acceptance or overcoming the idea that, hey, I'm this adult who's become an adult but has no idea how to do adult, right? And I'm like constantly putting myself in trouble, or like end up being in places that I may not have engaged before or like grown up the skills for.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I need an adult right now. And then also then the problem of not knowing how to healthily realize that I need help and then ask for help, right? Sometimes I would be like just sulking in my head, although I gotta solve this, but then I'm not able to solve it on my own, right? To me, I'm well, guessing, right, that you've grown from some certain place, then met with Dr. K, and then you guys like grew this business. It's been like good amount of experiences that you might have. But to me, I want to know, like, as adults, like individuals, when you guys started in your own life, I bet you guys probably were in similar boats when you guys were figuring things out. So I'm trying to like poke around to try and understand some things for myself that I can maybe adapt.
How did we
So
become
question,
adults?
yeah, better adults, I would say.
You know what, though? Okay, go ahead. I'm going to ask you some questions, but I think we might be less adulty than meets the eye.
Okay. So yeah, there were like 3 overall questions that I was sort of targeting to, which is, how do you plan habits to engage socially and not act like these sensitive or lunatic people that just react instead of like properly being able to engage socially, be it friends or family or anybody. The other thing would be how to ask for help better, and the other thing would be how to figure out to take care of yourself in order to then figure out you are capable of taking care of the other partner or friend or family, right?
Yeah.
Like I barely am holding on. Not that I have nothing. Like I'm good. I have a job. I'm able to do things. I have an apartment. I have even a dog to take care of. Doing fine.
Yeah.
But then when it comes to like, oh, I gotta figure out how to hang out with friends, don't know. How to take care of my family, don't know. Failed take care of our family, like completely. Failing to take care of my mental health or overcoming traumatic situations, don't know. Right? So I understand obstacles where I know I've come from a lot of failure. I'm still working on them, still failing, but also then not able to like always doing these catch up games that, hey, I gotta get this done, I gotta get this done, but then there's no social engagement, there's no a lot of responsibility that thing I should be doing, but I'm not able to do them. No balance and to do them.
Yeah, I
So,
hear
sorry,
you.
too much.
No. I get it. It sounds like, okay, so here are my disclaimers. I'm not a therapist. I'm not a mental health professional. All I do is osmosis all oak, and I just have my own experiences. But what you're describing sounds a lot like what I would kind of talk a friend or a sister through. So I'm going to approach it kind of that way, where you're asking about what sounds like time management, what sounds like understanding exactly what your responsibilities are to your friends and to your family. This is something I've struggled with, especially after having kids and having a large extended family that I married into. And like, you know, how much can you do? How much can you set expectations? And when you show up, how can you show up in a way that you're proud of? And then your mental health, right? So were those the 3 areas? There was some skills development in there and some adulting. The first thing that like really comes to mind to me is, if you are able to, do you have enough disposable income to where you can hire a virtual assistant?
What, I don't even know what's a virtual assistant.
Okay, I think this might help you out a lot. So a virtual assistant can basically free up some time. It sounds to me like you need more time. And I think an assistant can help you get your schedule together, and you can say, hey, I'd really like to see my friends. Can you find a couple things for us to do, and just plan it? And here's everybody's time. Here's everybody's availability. Can you just figure something out? Or, hey, my mom needs my help on this and this and this. Can you please help me figure this out? I think it sounds like the reason I come to this is because I feel like a lot of our generation is managing too much, right? We're having to deal with ourselves. We have to do so much more for ourselves than we have ever had to do before. We have to take care of our parents in a way that involves so much more effort than generations previous. And we take care of like our friends, our kids, your dog. So I think the amount of overall responsibility that every individual carries has just ballooned disproportionately. And I think everybody needs a little help. So I would encourage you to find an assistant that you can.
Is it like, I have some follow-ups on this idea of
Yeah.
virtual assistant. Is it like this now a lot, which has boomed in the last year and a half. Are you talking about using these AI LLM models as
No.
virtual assistant or like an actual
No.
human being?
I'm talking about a human being that lives in a lower cost of living area that will then be affordable for you, and they can help you out 5 to 10 hours a week, take care of your doctor's appointments, take care of like your routine work. You can ask them to just keep your house stocked on certain groceries and just free up some time, is honestly what it sounds like you need. And then you'll have time to take care of some of the other stuff. And I would just kind of encourage you to poke around online and try to find a virtual assistant service and learn more. That to me sounds like a high impact thing for you. And then the other thing on the skills building, a lot of our resources are for that. And I think if you check out the Heart to Heart or any of those events, I think that could be really nice on the skills side. That's something that we want to do more for folks. But the thing that you said that really stood out to me was around taking care of your family and your friend obligations. Can you say more about that? Like, it sounds like you want to be able to do more for people.
Yeah, because okay, thanks for bringing that because I had the exact similar follow-up. But when you said that I should try to understand my responsibility, right? For me, like okay, Indian background, we are grown up with the whole idea that family and friends are our entire lock social system, right? Be it work, be it everywhere, we end up finding family at work. We end up finding family and friends. So to me, I engage with the world like that, right? I try to be useful. I try to solve things. I try to help wherever I can. I don't try to look at myself as a failure where I fail to help. I try to do the best I can. But then there's certain obvious ones which probably I would weight some of the portions of my own personal mental traumas that I'm dealing with, that I'm just become a little bit avoidant person who's failing to like communicate or staying in this weird state where it's like I sulk not reaching out to family or taking care of them, but then also stay terrified or like being irritable person when I actually am there in person with them, right? It's so weird. But to me, this in back of my head have given my own self-belief that, oh my god, I'm such a loser daughter, person, sister, or friend, that I am not incapable of properly taking care of my family and friends. So, and I look at like, people around me or like people like you, they're like, how do you even like actually figure out that, okay, this is the right time? I'm okay to be healthily engaging with these people, that it's okay, I'll be able to take care of them or sometimes even fail, because I feel like a lot of my personal avoidance comes because I end up thinking that, oh, I have hurt this person, or I might hurt this person more, or I have hurt other people in the past, so I might hurt this person. So I want to help them, but I'm not able to help them, and I'm failing at the same time. So it's like breaking the bridge of communication, but I'm now failing at the things that I really want to help people with or like take care of. Sorry, I got scared because Dr. Kid just showed up and I thought somebody opened my door.
Scaring people.
Oh, but yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay, so without getting too much into details, I feel like I've been where you are, where you kind of have like a constant like, okay, I was supposed to do this. I didn't do it last time. They're counting on me. I let them down. I don't want other people to count on me. I don't want to let more people down, especially in these large family networks. Like, you don't want to gain a reputation for being flaky or unreliable or cold or whatever, right? And I think it's really being able to set your own terms a little bit. So I was able to say, hey, on Sundays, I'd like to get together for dinner. Let's have it out. Because if I have to have everybody over at my house for dinner, I'm going to be running around and I'm going to be like, oh, this wasn't tasty enough. This wasn't hot enough. This person, I forgot, doesn't like tomatoes and I included tomatoes. Like, it's stuff like that, right? So I kind of was like, okay, Sunday night is my night to catch up with family. And the ways I can do that is I can come to you with like a small dish of something. You can come to me, but we're ordering in. I'm not cooking. Unless we're like through that layer, and until I don't have the anxiety of like, if I cook for you, you're going to be critical of it. Like I don't cook. This is like my thing, right? Like, I don't know if I would call it a trauma, but this is a thing where I'm like, if I'm cooking for people, this is where my guilt loop and my hostessing tendencies are going to just set me up to fail. Or I'll meet you out and here's 3 restaurants. I'll see you there. And like, that's the end of it, right? So people know that like, hey, I'd love to talk to you about this more. Can we talk on Sunday? Or yeah, I can help you with your phone. Bring it on Sunday. If you need help before that, I think you should take it into the store. Or, okay, let me help you figure out whatever errands they are. Can we do it together on Sunday? And I just make it time bound. And I remove the thing that causes me to be anxious. So if it's like getting dressed up, I mean, some people where it's like, they're always going to be dressed to the nines and I just don't want to show up in that kind of pressured situation. But also, I think you get to decide who you want to be in your life. And if there are people that make you feel a certain way every time you see them, you don't have to pull them into your life so much.
Yeah, that's very insightful because I think this is a good pathway to at least to understand that there can be obstacles that I probably need to poke in myself that are causing these hurdles for me to do, right? And I feel like I just end up sitting in a sulk mode, feeling failure rather than being able to act on it and then not being able to see the hurdles, whatever it may be, right? It could be that it could be a time zone problem that I'm not calling them and whatnot, so I should try to do it more frequently. Or it could be that, oh, just do like a pass by or like do some common hobby together, playing outside, playing basketball or something like that. So I feel like I just need to try to engage socially into things I really like, right? It could be small things like that, and not really sulking on the idea that, hey, I didn't see this person and I miss them and I'm breaking the bridges of communication. What do I do? Rather than, oh, like, I like doing this. Let me try to invite them over and maybe they'll come.
There you go. Yeah.
So,
do it on your terms.
yeah. Oh my God, too much information.
No, I know.
But this is really useful. I love end up finding people who are so different, so well, wise and elder to me. And then I can always pick on things that
Am
I
I
get
an
to
auntie
like
now?
experiment on myself. So
Awesome.
yeah.
Well, I'm
Thank
so
you.
glad for you. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Dunk. Okay. You want to talk?
Oh no. Oh no. Sorry. Okay, Trev, you're gonna have to call back. Sorry. I did lose Trevor. I did. He'll be back soon. I'm not in the psychology field yet. I'm thinking about, I'm actually gonna try to get into our next coaching cohort and become a coach. And I wanna go and get an LMFT because I love family relationship stuff. So I'm not in the mental health field yet, but I just run all of the Healthy Gamer business operations. LMFT is a licensed marriage and family therapist, so hopefully, I don't know. It's just an idea I'm flirting with right now. What was the comment about lower cost of living? So what I meant is generally a personal assistant in your same cost of living. If you can afford it, great. And if you can't, get a virtual assistant that is offshore and affordable. Oh, look, I did something bad.
I know, I'm here.
Thank you. I think I just exited Discord, but I
let's
don't.
not put this on this. How's the drink, by the way?
It's good, but if it's all the way over there, then.
Okay, yeah, I guess this is configured for my arms and not your arms.
Whoop. Sorry. Did I? Oh, am I blowing people's ear out?
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, Trev. Sorry.
Okay, what are we?
It's okay. Are you guys ready for your next guest or no?
Yeah. Let me
Okay,
take
awesome.
this one here. What do you believe a woman's expectations and standards should be on a first date? Should the man pay? I think the first date sets the tone for the type of relationship you want to have. So in my case, I would want the man to pay, but also I know who I am and what I'm capable of. And if he was really cute, I would pay.
Yeah, I mean, I think reminding people that I did pay on our early dates, but also in the early stages of our relationship, you were a lot more financially independent than I was.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have to get closer to
I
the
know.
mic if you want to remind people.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
He wants you to know that he paid. He paid on our first early dates. See, he set the tone. But I was I knew that whatever I did, I would be able to hold my own and then some. So I was comfortable picking up the tab if I needed to. Hey, Alok, they like the orange shirt more. Or joking.
I can change.
Okay. I picked out that shirt and he was like, this shirt is terrible.
That's not what I said.
Well, you said atrocious, I think.
No, I did not say that.
That's a word you use, though.
It is a word I use, not about that shirt.
Which shirt?
The other shirts.
The other shirts I bought you.
I don't think I usually call things that you buy me atrocious.
Not usually.
But I have been known to use that word.
I know you to use that word quite liberally.
But not with you.
Not okay. Just when I leave. right after I leave. Atrocious.
Yeah, for other people. That's for other people.
Do you want to come up here? Should I move over?
I think this is like a single mic setup. That's why I think if you want me to take the next call, I can. But otherwise, and you can finish your drink. What do you feel like doing?
I just am settling in.
Okay, because there's one call that I think both of us need to listen to.
Okay.
If we want to do that.
Trevor, what should we do? I see some good questions in
Yeah,
chat.
why don't you just take questions? I'm just chilling.
Whenever you're ready, I have one for all oak, but take your time.
Okay. Alok, they do have one for you.
Okay, then do you want to swap?
No, I just want to answer a couple questions and give it to you.
Okay, answer your questions then. Give it to me.
How to make a first move as a girl. I'll show you. You look, and you're kind of like, maybe? And then you look, and you're like, yep.
Wait, show me again. Do it again.
I can't
No, you have to do it.
do it to the camera.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a girl. You're the person I'm interested in and making a move on. So I'm going to look at you, and I'm going to be like, whoa. And then you're going to see the question on my face, like, And I'm going to kind of give you like an affirmative, like, yeah, this could be something. And then I'm going to look away. And then you're going to think you hallucinated the whole thing.
Okay, but hold on.
Have you ever actually done that?
To you? So many times.
No, but I don't think you do it that way. You do it.
I mean, I do it to, like, if I need a waiter, You know, it's like maybe I need help.
That
That's
seems
how
more
I get, huh?
That's more closer to the. There's a big difference.
Okay.
Okay.
But no, yeah, I used to do that to you all the time. You called me out on it a long time ago. I don't know if you remember.
What?
You were like, why do you keep looking at me like that? But you used to say you liked it when I looked at you like that.
I do. I like it when you look at me.
Yeah. Okay,
You guys ready to meet Blaze?
let's meet Blaze. You need Olive to take it, right?
Yeah, it is for all oak. I'm sure Blaze wouldn't mind if you were there, but also let's give Blaze a camera feed on Discord.
I'll figure that out. Thank you.
Can I sit over here with the plushie?
Hey
You
Blaze,
can sit over
you're
there with
live
the
on Healthy
plushie
Gamer.
or if you want to grab me a drink,
Hello.
you can.
Do you want to share this one?
No. How is it?
It's good.
Okay. I tried to froth it a lot. It's deflated. Okay, hold on a second. So these other set of headphones will work if you want to listen, but if this is, I don't know if this is. Okay, hold on. Let me. All right, Trevor. What are we doing?
We'll go interview with Blaze here. He's in the channel now.
Okay, let me.
You
just,
see my camera right now or no?
I think I don't see your camera. There we go. Hey, what's up, boss?
Hello. What's
okay,
up?
let me just make sure that our.
Give him the maybe face.
Hold on. Let me just make sure that. Okay, we're working.
Nice.
Okay. The maybe face. Okay. What's up, Blaze? Talk to me, bro.
What's up? Okay, do you want me to just go straight in with a question or?
Whatever you think is best.
Okay, I'll go straight in. So my question is, why my sense of self-worth is closely tied to external validation and what to do about it.
Okay. Why do you think it's closely tied to? How do you know it's tied to self? What makes you think your self-worth is tied to external validation? Let's start there.
I mean, it's something I picked up on, but only after other people pointed it out to me. So I don't know if there's any like really good examples I have.
Okay.
But like when other people do things that validate me, then I'll like feel happy, and it kind of is like tied to my mood.
Okay.
But only in social situations. If I'm on my own, I'm genuinely like usually content with things.
So if other people respond to you positively,
then I'm in a good mood. But if they respond negatively, then it kind of shuts me down.
Can you give me an example of someone responding to you negatively?
Okay, so this is a really bad example, but
Awesome,
so
love
we're
it.
playing Mario Kart,
Okay.
and for some reason, it's really important to me that I win because I feel like I'm the best, so I feel like I should win. And then if I don't win, I'd be like a little bit annoyed. I don't know, but then because I'm happy that I won, even though like it was like a predictable thing. Other people like, it's kind of, you don't have to be like prideful about it or whatever. But like I was just genuinely happy, and then that kind of, then because they're like not validating my feelings, then I just feel really shit about myself, and then kind of, you know what I mean?
Okay. So when you, it seems like she has. Do you want to?
I know. I am just saying. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay. She says she knows what you
I
mean.
know what you mean.
So let me ask you. Okay. So, so you can feel a certain way about yourself, but it sounds like when you receive a different perspective from other people, that really bothers you.
Yeah, if it's like not in agreement with how I feel that things are.
Okay. Do you remember? Was there a time? And how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 25.
Okay. Is there a time when you were younger where you were really excited about something and then you discovered that like other people were really not happy about something? Was there like a time when you were much younger where?
I mean, school was a tough time. I feel like I was at the bottom of the food chain in school.
Okay.
So it was, I don't know. I feel like my amygdala is probably a bit oversensitive, but
Nice. I mean, not nice
yeah.
that your amygdala is oversensitive. Nice that you
I
have
get it.
have the command of that terminology. Yeah. So tell me a little. Okay. So bullying.
I'm gonna go make you
This is-
something to drink, but Blaze, you're adorable. So just don't
Thank
listen
you.
to the haters. Just
It's hard to. This is gonna get knocked off though. The setup is.
I'm just saying you're adorable and don't listen to the haters. He'll give you real advice, but
I appreciate it.
I think just not everybody's feedback is worth taking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel you, but I think the feedback that I get from the people I care about most is the stuff that affects me the most.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's something there. I can help you with that. But I think you're
Thank
adorable.
you.
Yeah. So when you say the feedback that you get from the people that you care about the most is what affects you the most, can you give me an example of that?
Yeah. So my best friend, she's amazing, and she's probably the person I talk to most about like any emotional kind of stuff. So yeah, that's often where we clash and have our issues. But
Can you give me an example of clash and have issues?
I mean, stuff's been tough in general recently. I feel like I was emotionally invested in her like for like a long time, and I probably still am, but not in like a romantic way anymore. So I don't know. It kind of anything she does affects me more than it should.
What does that mean, emotionally invested in her?
I like an emotional bond, like probably hormones involved.
Okay, so I'll ask again. So bonding is one thing, investment is another. So what does it mean to be emotionally invested in her?
That's a tough question. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay. So let's try a couple of options. Number one is that your emotions are highly responsive to her.
Yeah, I'd say that's true.
Okay. Let me just think about what is. Yeah. So when we're emotionally invested in something, we kind of peg or attach our emotions to something, right? So like if I'm emotionally invested in my children, if my children do well, my emotions go up. And if my children do poorly, my emotions go down.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like your emotional state is tied to someone else. Is that fair to say?
Probably not as much anymore, but in the past, definitely a lot.
Okay. Do you remember is there a particular thing that comes to mind as to like why you did that? Like I know it's hard to say, but like what about that appealed to you? Let's put it that way.
You mean becoming emotionally invested in her?
Yeah.
I just thought she was a great person. I don't think it happened like intentionally. It just happened over time.
And so you thought she was a great person, and how does that affect you?
I think I care more about what she says because I value her opinion more than others.
Okay. How do you value your own opinion?
Probably higher than hers, but it's still very important to me. So like probably second to none.
Okay, what's important so if she approves of what you do, right? If she likes what you do, what does that do for you?
I feel happy.
Okay. I
feel validated. I don't know.
What do you associate with her approval, right? So there's some value with her approval. Like, what does it say about you when she approves?
I don't know, that I'm good enough, or
is that it?
Probably. Like if I think back to like when I was in school and I thought I wasn't good enough because that's how other people treated me, and then she's saying you are good enough, then that's kind of going against what I think about myself or what I thought about myself in the past.
Okay. I mean, I'm kind of like arguably leading you there, but does that feel like it? I can't tell if I am or not, but does that map on to your experience?
I think somewhat, yeah. I don't know if it's like entirely. I don't know how important like a validation from a specific person is. I think obviously hers is slightly like higher ranked, but I think in general I care about. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably you're probably right.
What does it feel like when people don't give you that validation?
I don't know. I feel like rejected, I guess.
Okay. Thank you. Cheers. So, okay, you feel rejected. And your original question was, how do you not be this way?
Yeah, how do I not tie that like feeling of rejection to actually, or like I don't know, the what other people say to how I actually feel? Like how do I sort of detach that?
Okay, excellent. Excellent question. So when you get rejected by someone, what does it say about you?
Technically nothing. It could say more about the other person than it says about me. I don't know. It depends on the situation, I suppose.
Technically, you're correct, right? But practically, what happens when you
I
get
probably
rejected?
feel bad.
Right? So what does it say about you?
Like I'm, I don't know, someone worth rejecting, or like something's wrong with me that I should be rejected.
Is there something wrong with you that should be rejected?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So you have another thought?
No, no.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a great question. So I can see, and it's Blaze, is that right?
I mean, Blaze or Sean. I think Blaze
Okay.
is my internet name, and then Sean is my real life name.
What do you prefer?
I don't mind. I really don't mind.
Okay. So Blaze, I think so. The first thing that's super clear to me is that you're like on the path of development, right? So,
Yeah, for sure.
So like that's like super clear. So I think that in a sense, the first thought that I have is that this is a temporary problem. So I could like, because you're already moving past it, right? So you're able to separate out, okay, this thing happens to me and I experience this thing, but it used to be worse. It is less so now. It still happens. I'm not quite sure. You're able to see that your self-worth, you already have a sense that your self-worth is not determined by the validation of others. But there's this really annoying thing, which is that even though one part of you knows that, when someone rejects you, like, you feel bad about yourself.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, that's not the way that it's supposed to be, but it happens. Okay?
Definitely.
Yeah, so I think you're so big picture is you just keep doing what you're doing and you'll get there. We'll help you speed things along. But I think first thing is to be a little bit aware of that chain of events, right? So when you get rejected, and it's not even that I don't even think you get rejected. I think that people give you contrary information, right? So you think one thing and they think something else. And then there's something about that experience which causes a part of your brain to default to theirs. Okay, so it triggers, oh shit, I'm wrong.exe. Is that okay? So now there's a couple of important questions. One thing that you can do is just be aware of that and really tunnel down into the chain. This person said this, and it's not about even trying to change. It's about what part of me is like behaving in this way. Because technically it doesn't say anything about me, but why do I feel like it does say something about me? Because you do feel that way, which is actually totally fine, right? So I would say like taking a more curious approach when things are like hot and live for you can be incredibly helpful. You'll probably find some kind of connection. That's number one. Second thing is, so you learned at some point that it is dangerous to have an opinion that is not congruent with other people. Right? So somewhere, right? So you realized when people disagree, panic. And what you also learned is that when people disagree, the safest thing to do is to adopt their viewpoint, because holding your viewpoint is a bad idea. Okay? Does that bring up anything for you?
Yeah, school times, definitely. I would try and avoid conflict at all costs.
Okay, very good. Okay. So tell me more about how you learned to avoid conflict.
I don't know. I don't really remember much about school time.
Okay.
I feel like I just remember it being like a bad time.
Okay.
And that I was like at the bottom of the food chain. So it wasn't super terrible, I think. Like it wasn't like super physical bullying or whatever, but it was kind of just not being seen or like just not being included, like just rejected straight up. So
right. So and you made attempts to be seen.
Yeah, for sure.
right? And when you made attempts to be seen, what happened?
The rejection was worse.
Right? And so then at some point you started becoming invisible.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm going to stop trying to convince these people that I'm worth playing with on the playground because it just doesn't work. So I think that's the key thing. Somewhere along the way, you say you're conflict avoidant. So when you're proud at being of playing Mario Kart, so here we go. So when you're proud of winning at Mario Kart and people are like, "Hey man, why are you being so arrogant about it? Why are you rubbing it in our face?" You know, for you to say, "Because I won, bitches." And you guys, if you guys can't understand what it's, you know, I don't, I'm being facetious, but like you kind of know what I mean? Like in that moment, I can imagine that is really hard for you to actually hold your ground. I would imagine that it's actually terrifying for you to say, "You know what? I'm celebrating because I won." And like when people win, it's okay to celebrate. You don't have to take it personally, bro. My guess is that would be really hard for you.
I don't know if it would be, but I've never really thought about trying to stand my ground in that way.
Very good, right? So I agree with you that I don't think it would be. I think it has been. And that doesn't, because I think you're clearly developing.
Yeah.
So I think like that idea, right? So even the possibility of like holding your ground hasn't crossed your mind. And if you never hold your ground, their opinions are going to come in. Right? So I'd say hold your ground when you believe something about yourself and recognize that that too is going to feel primitively fearful. So here's what I mean by that, okay? So if this stuff happened before you had a solid like memory, the feeling that you're going to get is not articulatable. It's like a 6-year-old or 7-year-old feeling of conflict avoidance. So it'll feel really odd. It'll feel really primitive. You won't quite like know how to put it into words. You may not even be able to describe, like it may not be anger or shame. Does that kind of make sense? So remember that when you have traumatic experiences as a child, just like if you draw a picture when you're 5, as your ability to draw improves when you're 25, the picture doesn't improve, right? So when something is laid down on paper or laid down in your brain, it retains that level of resolution. So it may be confusing because you may not be able to put it precisely into words, but it'll feel like a primitive conflict avoidance if you stand up for yourself. And basically, why do things affect you? Because you don't stand up for yourself. And when you stand up for yourself, you will start to harden the barriers of the self-esteem. Because I can see that you're developing your self-esteem on your own. It's just something about that development goes out the window when you are with some people. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
And so that's where we gotta tie those two things together.
That's good.
Beautiful question.
I liked your answer. It was very informative.
Great. Any follow-up questions, or is that good?
No, that was good. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome, dude.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks a
All
lot,
right.
Blaze.
Thanks.
We're gonna take questions from chat, right?
Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah.
Yes.
This kind of reminds me of our kids, right? Because one of our kids like has a point of view and gets rejected a lot because of her point of view and the way she likes to do things. And I feel like what we're teaching her is so interesting. I'm glad you like it. It is, but like I'm going low. But you know what I mean? It reminds me of like some of what we're teaching our kids and like, okay, read the room. If you really like feel this way and you want to have like a conflict about it, here's how to navigate the conflict. Is this ringing a bell to you at all?
Yeah, but it's interesting because I can't figure out which kid you're talking about.
That's the thing, because one of our kids will avoid the conflict and will just go with the flow. And one of our kids is like, screw this, I'm better than everybody at Mario Kart, and I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna, and she will really like stand her ground. And I just wonder what it is that makes her so confident in being able to stand her ground and like kind of doesn't care about the rejection.
Yeah.
And the other one really cares about the rejection.
So it's a really cool observation. So I think this is where I think sometimes a child, it's not that she doesn't care about the rejection. Rejection actually hurts her quite a bit.
It does.
It's that she doesn't realize that the rejection is happening until it happens. And then when she gets very, very activated and angry and hurt, she kind of like locks down, right? So she'll leave the room, she'll kind of pout. She has intense emotions that she has difficulty handling. So she is oblivious to rejection at the beginning because she, I think, has social difficulties. She's neurodiverse, right? So she like doesn't read the room. And then she ends up getting too caught up. So these are her challenges. One is that she has a difficulty with empathy. She has...
Okay, hold on. So
yeah.
just to clarify, okay, we have two kids. One like is super conflict avoidant, and the second one will like fight over the dumbest things. And like conflict does not faze her until she realizes, oh no, I have no friends anymore.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that conflict doesn't faze her. I would say that one of them avoids conflict and one of them blunders into conflict without being aware.
Yeah.
Right? So one of them is conflict avoidant because she can read the room.
Yeah.
And she is somewhat sensitive to other people liking her or not liking her. I think that in turn is actually probably due to the fact that she was such a warm and exceptional kid early on. Like I remember we had here. I got you.
You remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Like we had family members that were blown away by how compassionate she was at the age of 3. So she was observant. I had a family member who had an autoimmune disease and was having difficulty like walking. And she like noticed that he was having difficulty walking. And then she was like 3 and she walked over and she's like, hey, can I help you stand up? And people were like, this is insane. So I think then what happened is she started to develop this identity of being warm, compassionate, friendly. She's likable, right? She's like charismatic, knows how to get people to like her. Yeah. And then in that process, she sort of really like solidified into that. Yeah. So she's almost hyper aware, has a lot of difficulty pissing people off, even when they deserve to be pissed off.
Yeah.
And the other one is oblivious to conflict until it happens, hits her in the face. She realizes, I don't think she even realizes what the problem is. She just, then things fall apart. And then she gets amygdalar hyperactivity, and then she kind of like locks down.
Yeah.
But I think I'm working with both of them on both of those things.
Yeah. Can we do the super chats and then
yeah. There was some
catching strays. There's some really good questions in chat. I don't
so
know if Trevor's okay with us taking a couple of these.
Yeah. Let's take a couple. So Dr. K and Mrs. K, what are your Enneagram types? Are men trash? Do you want to, we have to figure this out if you're here.
Just move over.
Yeah, let me move. But there's also this height difference because that chair is a shouty. Okay. So what are your Enneagram types? Are men trash? Why or why not?
What's an Enneagram?
An Enneagram is a system of personality analysis that is not super evidence-based.
Is this the MBTI?
No, it's not MBTI. MBTI is ultimately based on Jungian, like, archetypal kind of stuff.
Okay,
well,
what's an Enneagram then?
An Enneagram, it's just like a different system of personality analysis.
Okay, but do you know how to answer this question? What are our types?
I don't know what our types are.
Okay.
I don't put a whole lot of stock in Enneagram, but I think that it can still be functionally useful as a lens for people to understand themselves. And it's just one of the systems I haven't studied.
You're an INTJ, right? And I'm an ENTP, I think.
No, I'm just thinking about it. I may be INTJ.
I know. That's what I said. You're an INTJ.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I
Are
was.
men trash? No. Easy. No, men are not trash.
Why or why not?
I think people can be trash. I think men can be trash in a certain way. But I love men. And men love me. Sorry. Okay, let's move.
No, I don't think men are trash. I think that I think it's like a very simplistic view, right? So it's really easy to lump all types of people together cognitively. Like, it's really easy to do that. You can just be like, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's an unsophisticated analysis. And yeah.
Okay. How good is having a growth mindset for your mental health?
Compared to a fixed one? So I think it's a great question. So generally speaking, growth mindset is superior to fixed mindset. But this is where we have to understand a nuance about science, right? So if we take 100 people who have a growth mindset and a fixed mindset, the people with a growth mindset will outperform the people with a fixed mindset over periods of time in some ways. But I think what's really tricky is that there's a toxic version of a growth mindset, which is like to be obsessive with growth. If I'm not the smartest person in the room, if I'm the smartest person in the room, I'm in the wrong room, right? Like there's sort of this attitude. So I think generally,
would you like to leave this room?
I said both versions, so I don't know. So I think that generally speaking, this is something that I'm a big believer in. So, growth mindset and fixed mindset is, a lot of this research was done by Carol Dweck. So she had some really, really, really strong studies that suggest a growth mindset, which is not focusing on outcomes, but focusing on actions, right? So what's more important, like doing better on the next test or getting an A or getting a B? So I think focusing on your actions instead of being focused on performance is, generally speaking, healthier. But this is not a new concept. So I think the most well-known, oldest discussion of this topic. So I'm multiplying how popular this is with how long ago it is probably from the Bhagavad Gita. And in that, Krishna says, as a human being, you're entitled to your actions, not the outcomes of your actions. And that one of the quickest ways to both suck at life and have a lot of suffering is to focus on the outcomes of your actions instead of your actions. And literally, like, it's funny, I was having this conversation earlier today. But literally, like, what you control is like here. And this barely, right? You barely control your thoughts and emotions and things like that. You don't control anything outside of here. And so shifting from trying to control the outside world, which is like somewhat unresponsive to your efforts, somewhat, right? Because there's a lot of dark psychology stuff. There's sociopathy, there's manipulation, there's gaslighting, there's abuse. There are lots of practical ways to control people. So I think we have to like keep that in mind. But I think ultimately growth mindset is better, and focus on your actions instead of outcomes.
And then the next one from Cute Dude 13 is how to get over fear of others knowing or gossiping around me when I get rejected by her. What will they say? What will they think?
What would you say? Dude, I'm farting up a storm. Something's going on.
I think you're safe. I can't detect anything.
Just wait.
I'm
serious, it's bad.
Okay. Do you need to leave?
No, I'm saying maybe you need to leave.
Okay. All right.
I'm warning you ahead of time.
Okay. What I would say about how to get over fear of like people talking about you when you kind of make your move is to just kind of own it. Hey, I'm going to shoot my shot. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. I'm not going to get my hopes up. I'm just going to shoot my shot. And that's it. Just own it. There were a couple up there.
Okay.
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah. So about the gossip. I mean, I think when you get
Okay, I'm gonna leave you to
Okay.
do your worst. I'll come
Okay.
back in a little bit. There was one in orange.
I mean, yeah, I think like Kruthi's saying, kind of own it is the right move. I kind of agree. Like, I think you got to just own it. Own it in the sense that, see, when you take actions in the world, the actions are going to have consequences. So if people are going to talk about it, you know, are you going to avoid asking someone out because people are going to talk? And a lot of people say yes. And I think one thing to keep in mind is that when people talk, the people who talk don't talk about it long. Right? So like they're going to talk about you because they've got nothing better to do. They have no other substantive form of conversation. And then when something else will happen, and then they'll start talking about something else. So the focus on you is going to be temporary. And also, I think there was a good, someone earlier was talking about, you know, this is a reflection of them. That's not a reflection of you. So there are going to be people who talk. And that's okay. And it's okay to be afraid of that. But I think that the way that you respond to that fear is really important, which is like, great. So you gave them something for them to talk about at the water cooler today. You've done a good deed. You have made their terrible work life a little bit more entertaining. You know, and I think there is an element of owning it, which is like, if people are talking about you, they're like, what are y'all talking about? If you guys have questions, ask, you know? And oftentimes when people like get confronted in that way, I mean, it's really easy to own them. Like, it's like, okay, you guys are gossiping about me. What are people saying? Like, you want to let me in on what people are saying about me? Oh yeah, that you asked this girl out. And it's like, yeah. Can I tell you guys why I asked her out? And then you've got them in the palm of your fucking hand. You're in control of the situation, right? Can I tell you why I asked her out? Oh my God. Did you guys see the text that she sent me the day before I asked her out? Can you guys help me interpret this? Like, was it okay? Like, take a look at this text. Is this a green flag? Like, what's going on? Right? So those are just examples of owning it. And I think generally speaking, owning yourself is one of the best things that you can do. Right. So I was talking to my daughter about this. One of my daughters had a little bit of difficulty in school. And like, I realized like I've never explained to her how useful it is to own your failures. So for a long time, I was running away from my failures, and I was like, oh my God, I failed. I feel terrible. Like, I'm going to hide my grades from my parents. I'm not going to tell anyone, right? So I was like really ashamed of failure, which makes perfect sense. And then I would sort of like try to avoid the failure, but like I would psychologically avoid it. Like I wouldn't, how can I say this? I wouldn't strive to succeed. I would strive to avoid the pain of failure. So I wasn't owning it. I was like trying to do mental gymnastics and figure out ways so that I didn't have to own that I sucked at something and that I had failed. And the moment that you own that, it kind of like half of what drains your energy is the mental gymnastics of avoiding what is true in your life. And you can waste so much time trying to convince yourself of the truth about who you are. And I think that the really tricky thing is, like, let's say I'm a loser. People will say like, oh, no, you're not a loser. But the problem is that when we think about a term like loser, we think that it's destined, that it's fixed. Right? So if I own that I'm a loser in this moment, I can also own that I'm someone who wants to never be a loser again. And I can own that I'm going to change myself. So this is the tricky thing about being a psychiatrist is like, you know, if someone is in a frame of mind where if you show them that they are a loser and they think that is, loser is about the past. It is about the actions that are completed. It's not about your destiny. But some people believe that past performance is a predictor of future return. But what they say if you day trade is that past performance is not an indicator of future return. Just because a stock went up 100% over the last 5 years doesn't mean that it's going to go up 100% over the next 5. Right? You have, this is where I think a lot of people make a pretty big mistake, which is what's the difference between the past and the future is the actions that you take. So if you have been a loser for 10 years of your life, and what were the actions you were taking on a daily basis, if you continue to take those actions, you'll continue to be a loser. But you can change those actions, and that will change the outcome. Okay. I'm going to take... we're going to do one last question, then we'll hop in with the next caller, okay? Let me just make sure that Discord is okay. Yeah, Discord's fine. Okay. When I'm hurt or scared, I can become cruel, vindictive, and hurtful, even to those I love the most. I want to be a good person. I don't want to hurt anyone. I am in therapy. Figured I'd ask here too. Things are improving. Okay. Okay. This is great. It's not even a question. It's just a statement. When I'm hurt or scared, I can become cruel, vindictive, or hurtful, even to those I love the most. Okay? So I want to be a good person. So this is what's kind of weird, is what is the relationship between being hurt or scared, becoming cruel, and not being a good person? So I think this is part of the problem, right? So if you say, when I'm hurt or scared, I lash out at other people, that makes me a bad person. And that's like a pretty good argument, right? People who are, when they're afraid, are vindictive or hurtful, that is a bad person. It's a very reasonable thing to believe. But like, that's not really true. Okay, so if we look at it like more precisely, is being vindictive and hurtful to other people? Yes. But that doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you a good person to not do that, right? So I think this is what happens when we think this way, is we believe that who we are is kind of determined by our actions, which is like sort of like makes sense. But a bad person can do a good thing, and a good person can do a bad thing. And so I think that you add, this is what I'm trying to say, you add an additional layer of burden onto yourself. I want to be a good person. Because what you're doing there is you're actually like double dipping the hurt, right? There's the hurt of doing the bad action, and then there's the hurt that you pile on top. Oh my God, now I'm an asshole. I knew I was an asshole. I've always been an asshole. So there's the hurt that you did to the other person, and then there's what you pile on top. And the problem is that thinking that you're a bad person helps you correct behavior up until a point. Right? So if I take a securely attached person with a relatively good upbringing, feeling like you're a bad person will correct behavior because they have the emotional regulation capability. They have the frontal lobe control. They lack the trauma that causes someone to lash out when they're hurt. The problem is that many of these mechanisms, this is what we see with mental illness and in psychiatry, is that the systems that are supposed to protect us start working against us. So guilt is not a bad emotion. Guilt is a very healthy emotion. But when guilt gets out of whack, it becomes this weird self-reinforcing cycle where it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. A really good example of this is you can think about mental illness like an autoimmune disease. The immune system is designed to be helpful. It's designed to attack things and make us healthy. But in certain disease states, that immune system starts attacking things that it's not supposed to be doing. So our treatment is to shut off the immune system. And even in psychiatry, our treatment is shut off guilt, Here's an injection of ketamine. Here's intranasal ketamine. Make the hurt go away. Right? That's what we do. So this is where I think whether you want to be a good person or not doesn't depend so much on your actions. It depends a lot more on your intentions. Now, this is different from saying someone having me in their life is not a net positive. That can be true. If you're hurt, when you're hurt or scared, if you lash out at the people that love you, strong argument to make that you're not a net positive in their life, and you can own that. Right? But that doesn't mean you're a good person or a bad person. That just means that you're difficult to have in somebody's life. And you can own that too. And then you can, hey, I'm trying to change. I'm in therapy. I figured I ask here, things are improving. Very good. The last thing is when you're hurt or scared, you can become cruel. And the question is why? Right? So generally speaking, when we feel hurt, like if there's like an animal that is trapped in a corner, and I'm trying to be friendly with it, the animal will be hurtful because it's scared. When I attack an animal and the animal fights back, that also is like, we don't say that the animal is bad. Evil animal. Oh my God. I'm trying to pet it. Doesn't understand that I'm trying to love it. You have these reactions, right? So in your brain, you've learned that when in danger, go on the offensive. Now, the cruelty is where things get really interesting. So this is where things get a little bit more psychologically complex. Because to lash out is one thing. To be cruel is to try to inflict pain. It's not self-protection. The goal is harm. So then we get to the deeper versions of ourselves. And I've worked with a lot of people who are bad people. Sociopaths at the top of the list. And they have an inclination to be cruel. One of the most important piece of feedback that I ever got in residency as a second-year resident. And one of my attendings gave me the feedback that she was like, "You're really good with people." And she told me, "I see how she was like, you're not manipulative, but you're like smooth. You're smooth with me. All the nurses love you. All the patients love you." She said, "Use your power for good, not evil." And I was like, "Yes, ma'am." And I took that to heart. So oftentimes when I work with people who are like sociopathic, so the other thing is you want to be a good person, but maybe you aren't. What are you going to do about it? Right? So we all have within us, and this is what's kind of messed up. We all have within us the capacity to save a life and the capacity to take a life. Unfortunately, those capacities are not equal for all of us. Some people have hearts of gold. Some people have hearts of kryptonite is maybe a better word. Like not stone. And so even if you are a bad person, you don't have to be a hurtful person. You don't have to hurt those around you. You can restrain and control that part of you, right? And you can strive to be a good person, but still be a bad person. And you have to recognize that you have a demon inside of you. Some of us have demons inside of us. And we all strive to be good people, but this is so fucked that we don't say, hey, there are some of us who fundamentally are have something brutal inside. And that's actually okay too. That doesn't have to control you, but don't for a second think that one day you'll wake up and it won't be there. Right? So you've got this brutality within you, and then there may be a time or place where that brutality really needs to come out. And this is where that dog needs to be on a leash, but don't assume for a moment you may just be different. And this is what's so scary, right? If we look at risk factors for antisocial personality disorder, childhood trauma is at the top of the list. So when your brain is forming, when you're 3 and you're 4, and you get the rules of life laid into you, right? Then you carry that with you. And you can try to be as good of a person as you want, but like that thing is going to be there. And the thing is like, I'm all for trying to change. But honestly, what I would say to some of y'all is like, that's okay, right? It's okay to have it there. You should be in control of it. That's the ultimate sin, is not to be a good person or a bad person, but to be out of control with your brutality.
In control?
The ultimate sin is to be out of control with your brutality. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
There's somebody donated 300 in a super chat.
Okay, well, I think we're going to take a call, but let me see what that...
Well, no, go ahead and...
Yeah, are you ready for your next caller?
Let's see what the... Okay, ADHD and friction. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do one quick question, Trevor, and then we'll go. Okay, does that work?
You got it. Yeah.
Okay. I struggle with ADHD and the friction feels unfair. I'm starting to just accept the friction and do things despite it. It takes a long time to get things done because of the mental battle prior to the task. Does the gap between thought and action eventually close so I can get my time back? Love. Okay. This is tough. Oh. Okay, weird.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm thinking about the question. Okay. So let's start with the basics. I struggle with ADHD and the friction feels unfair. Well, that's because it is. So I think it's really great that as human beings, we strive for fairness. And we... Oh.
I didn't do it.
I know. I wonder what's going on. Okay. We'll just keep going. So I think it's really scary that I think it's really great that we strive for like fairness and equality, right? We say the world should be fair. I agree it should be fair. But make no mistake that it isn't fair. And this is I got to be straight with y'all. Like I just don't see it. Right? I have patients with ADHD who had basically what we used to call shit life syndrome in the emergency room. So kid comes in, has 6 diagnoses, 19-year-old kid with dissociative identity disorder, PTSD, generalized anxiety disorder, ADHD, rule out autism, bipolar 2. And this is Massachusetts General Hospital in the middle of downtown Boston. If you walk 1 block from the hospital, you'll see a brownstone that is worth $2 million with a 19-year-old kid who is staying there for college. Parents have a home somewhere else. Life is unfair. I'm not saying that that's good or we should accept it. Like, we as human beings should try to correct that. So, if it feels unfair, that's because it is. Right? And that too is like, that is worth crying about up to a point. That is worth grieving. Right? To pretend that it isn't and deny these feelings of frustration and anger, like, I don't think that that's healthy. But what we can't allow to happen is for that to break us. So should you cry about it? Should you whine about it? Absolutely. But up to a point, because you still have to live with it. Then the question becomes just accept the friction and do things despite it. That is one of the important pieces of the puzzle. And this is not just for ADHD. Right? So there's a really interesting quote from Swami Vivekananda. And he talks about karma yoga. And he says that activity is resistance. The two are the same. And literally, if you think about it, right, if I lift a weight, that is an activity, it is a resistance. If I get up and do something that don't feel like doing, that's a resistance. All activity is resistance. So this is where this is kind of like a mixed bag. On the one hand, everything with ADHD is arguably harder, but on the other hand, you're also doing a lot more reps, right? Because each step is hard, but your frontal lobe is doing reps. And then this is where, there are 2 or 3 other things to consider. One is that it will get easier, not because it gets easier, but you will become stronger, right? So your capacity to do will increase. The task won't ever become, well, we can talk about that in a second, but you will get better, right? So it's not that it gets easier. We'll hear about this a lot with grief. It doesn't ever get easier. You'll get better at it. Addiction is the same way. It doesn't get easier. You'll get better at it. And we focus so much on it being easier because of the unfairness. The last thing is that, I don't know exactly what your treatment situation looks like or things like that, but I have found, and I'm a walking case of this, that things can get easier, right? That you can learn what are the scenarios that work well for you. What are the things that do reduce the friction? And you have to be really, really not just protective, but I was going to say observant. That if you try to live other people's way, it's going to be high friction. And there's certain times that you have to do that. But then as you start to do high friction things, as you start to pull yourself out, hopefully you will gain more power. And as you gain more power, you can structure your life. And as you structure your life will be less friction. And as your life is less friction and more structured, you can start to excel, right? So a good example of thing that ADHD person can do. So 30 to 40% of streamers that I've worked with have ADHD. It's insane. The rate of diagnosis in the rest of the population is somewhere between 5 and 15%. To have a 300% increased rate, there has to be some kind of selection pressure going on. So finding ways that you can work with your ADHD, and hopefully things will get better. But there are plenty of patients that I've worked with who have such severe ADHD, I really see no advantage to it. And then there's people who are mild to moderate or even subclinical where it can be a competitive advantage. But this is why to say that ADHD is an advantage, I don't think so. Yeah. Go ahead. And we'll do next.
Just watching Alok really struggle and then things starting to click for him and him having ADHD. I think a couple of things really stand out. One is his timing. He kind of mastered his timing, when he's most creative, when he's most productive. If inspiration hits right when he's getting ready for bed, he doesn't kind of say oh, I'll do it tomorrow. He just kind of chases it when it's happening. So I think him understanding his resting routine and the daylight hours and just when he's on and when no matter what he does is just not going to get done. So I think him kind of structuring his schedule and his sleep around that has been one of the big ones. And then I think also his diet, he's really experimented a lot there to make sure that he doesn't get too bogged down or too flighty. So sleep and diet, I think, have been big for him, but that's just what I've noticed with Alok. Trav, should we jump into the next one?
We're ready for you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll bring Noah in. Hey, Noah.
No, are we going to be on cam, bro?
We are. Noah's going to get their camera up.
Hey,
how's it going?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Yo.
Yo.
Sorry, that kind of surprised me. I wasn't caught up on stream.
Okay.
How's it going?
Good.
How are you?
Yeah.
Noah's going to be, because of this. Let me see if I can do this. That way Noah can see both of us. There we go. Okay. Take it away, Noah.
All right, man. So the short version is I'm getting married in 3 days.
Yay!
So I mean, give me your best marriage advice. But the long version, I figured I would give you some background. So my partner, her name is Callie. She's somebody who I would say has always known what she wanted to be when she grew up. From childhood, she knew she wanted to be a teacher, and now she's a teacher, and now she's in graduate school to be a better teacher. I am the opposite. So if she's fire dosha, I'm very much wind dosha. And it's something where, I've kind of struggled to find purpose in my adulthood. I'm very much like a fan of Viktor Frankl and Man's Search for Meaning and stuff like that, and really been on kind of that quest for a few years now. Really kind of the time that I've known her, to really kind of find that. And I think I'm getting there. I'm actually right now part of the HCI Elements Quest to become a coach. That's kind of my next journey that I'm going through to kind of see if that brings some good stuff. But basically, the situation we're in now with getting ready to get married is she's very supportive of my lifestyle. She's very supportive of me in general. I'm kind of the starving creator type, starving artist, whatever you want to say. She, with being a teacher and us being based in Oklahoma, so she's underpaid even for teachers, right? We kind of, we have financial struggles, we have, different stressors in life. And we're kind of moving into kind of a part of our life that's filled with uncertainty. And so she's of two minds of it, and we're both of two minds of it. We're both supportive of each other, but we're both kind of uncertain. So how do I best support her and receive her support in this time of uncertainty, I guess?
Congratulations, Noah and Kelly.
Thank you.
That's so awesome. I appreciate the question, and I relate to it quite a lot because
I figured you would.
also so different. And I think in a lot of ways, my path was clearer and Alex was more around fulfillment. I have some thoughts, but Alex, did you want to weigh in first? So, best marriage advice, honestly, truly, is don't go to bed angry. I think resolve things quickly. There's like a way to work through the hard stuff that is more like we're on the same page as opposed to you versus me. And I think the more you can frame things that it's Noah and Callie against the world, or Noah and Callie's like lifetime of fun, like the way you think about your life together as being the pursuit, it'll really help resolve conflict. It'll help define what you want, your North Star. I think the financial struggles can really be, I think the stat is like half of divorces cite financial struggles. So I think that's a real risk, right? And so building a fulfilling career for you is going to be really important. And it sounds like she's super supportive. She's doing something that she's passionate about that, you're going to need both incomes. So I think that's a real thing. And as much as I would love to be idealistic and say like love conquers all, your basic needs have to be met. You have to live within your means. We struggled for 5 years or so before we kind of figured it out. But I think as long as there's no blame, there's no regret in a way where somebody is saying, oh, I'm sacrificing for you, but like this is a decision we're making together. I think that is like really the most important thing, is making sure that you guys are deciding together and one person doesn't feel like you're doing everything for the other person and the other person isn't able to return that. And in a lot of ways, marriage really is, this is very tired advice in a way that it's not 50-50, it's 100-100, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you guys each have to do 100% every day.
Mm-hmm.
But that's honestly some of the best advice out there.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I think Kruthi's got good kind of marriage advice. I think that's something I don't know if we've talked about before, but maybe one night 2 nights in 15 years that I can think of, if even, that we've gone bed to angry with each other.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
you know, Kruti says resolve things quickly, but I think there's an important part, which is that you don't have to resolve it that day. So what we'll do is set it aside. We can fight about this tomorrow. There's a lot I'm upset about. I feel really hurt, taken advantage of, angry, betrayed, take your pick. But I can like set that over here, and or you, you know, I can set that aside, and I think being the skill of setting aside the bad and soaking in a little bit of the good is probably like one of the most important things for the survival of our marriage, right? Who knows what'll happen tomorrow, but like I mean, I think that also is that perspective I think is actually helpful, like in the sense of you can't ever take it for granted. Like this is a constant work in progress. It's kind of like a garden, like you can't leave it alone. You know, the other thing that I would kind of say, and how old are you?
I'm 29. She's 31.
Okay. So I think like coaching is fantastic because this is part of the reason that we did this is because there are very few opportunities to do meaningful, impactful work that people will like be willing to pay for, where there isn't already like a late stage capitalism where everything has been squeezed. Right. So like if you just look at like shrinkflation and like insurance is getting squeezed and therapists are getting squeezed and stuff like that, like coaching is one of the fields where you can still make decent money without working too much. And then if you're really good at it, you can make a ton of money because people will oftentimes have value for it. So I think that's a great step. So, you know, that didn't exist when I was your age. So I did the closest thing that I could, which is like MCAT tutoring, right? So I think direct working with a client without a middleman allows you to charge the same amount for the service without like paying for the overhead of whatever. Yeah. So that's why I think it's really good. The other thing is I'm going to be like a little bit, and I know I'm looking at you over here, not over here, but
that's fine.
So the other thing is I'm going to say it's Neil? Noah. So
yeah.
no, I'm going to say you got to work your ass off, bro. So I don't know like what you do with your free time. So I'm all for Vata. I'm all for finding your dreams. I think coaching is a really good example of how to do this, because I think the yield per hour is like generally speaking pretty good. So and even now like I mean, Healthy Gamer is, I still have a private coaching practice, which like I really enjoy doing and stuff like that. But I think you really got to get your ass in gear. I'm not saying it isn't, but if it isn't, you really got to get your ass in gear.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where it's like, I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but figuring it out is like, should have in my IMO, speaking bro to bro, you know, like there, when I was trying to figure it out, figuring it out was like 80 to 100 hours a week. Yeah. Like plugging away. And even now, so going through a midlife crisis, I'm still trying to figure it out. But figuring it out means I have a set of 7 or 8 yogic practices and meditation practices that I try to do on a daily basis. They're all practices that I am not familiar with and have not mastered. So I'm trying to figure out which yogic practice or meditative practice will help me the most. I'm working on 4 different writing projects. I'm reading about a dozen books. And so I'm not saying that you need to do all of those things, but I still feel like I need to figure it out. The difference is figuring it out is like I was waiting to pick up my kid at school today, and while I'm sitting in the parking lot for 15 minutes because pickup is a pain, I've got a book on Swami Vivekananda's Complete Works. Right. So I'm reading that book, and I'm really trying, like figuring it out is sort of a full-time job. The one piece that I would say is really, really hopeful for you is I think the world grossly underestimates hybrids, like hybrid build. I don't know if you play video games or what, but people, people tend to think that, you know, Malcolm Gladwell kind of came out with Outliers, and he was like 10,000 hour rule. and the world appreciates people who are really, really niche, I think there's a gross underestimation of people who are jacks of all trades. The best example of that you can see is if you look at like tech CEOs, people who are engineers and then go get an MBA are far superior to MBAs and engineers. So someone who understands meditation and yoga is going to be a stronger psychiatrist. Someone who understands psychiatry is going to be a better yoga teacher for when people have Kundalini awakenings and are becoming manic. And like, I know when to send people to the emergency room and not. So I think there's a gross underestimation of the value of what I would call wasted time.
No, it's a dual skill set.
Yeah. Dude, you're speaking my language.
Dual
For
skill
real.
set is the way to go, for sure. And if you're 29, she's 31, like your next 10 years is grinding for real.
For sure.
But with joy.
Yeah, that all speaks to me very well. I'm a musician. My degree is in computer science.
Lovely.
Worked in different places. I was a salesman briefly, so I'm definitely bringing that into kind of everything that I do now. Trying to kind of approach and it's funny that you kind of talk about the jack of all trades, because I talked about I had a conversation recently where I was like, I think back to like, with a lot of shame that comes with ADHD and a lot of the things that come with it. I talked about how like, like 100 years ago or 200 years ago or 1,000 years ago or whatever, I would not have like a place in society. But then I was like, no, actually, I think that society would have had more a place for me. I think I would have been somebody who helped out in the village with whatever needed help doing. Whether it's fixing somebody's roof or helping somebody with their kids or whatever it was, or helping out on farmland or helping with hunting, I would be available as a hand to help. That would probably be more like what I would do, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, something like that. So, but anyway, yeah, it everything you're saying is spot on. You caught things about us and our relationship that I didn't even have to tell you. Great stuff. I guess the only follow-up question I really have is, I was talking with my mom the other day. She kind of draws from experience because she went through a similar thing with my stepdad, where he was kind of not really knowing what he wanted to do and ended up becoming a teacher. But had to go back to school for 2 years and kind of be, a drain on their income more or less for a couple of years before he could really figure it out. And she said, we looked for the light at the end of the tunnel. And, there were times where we got into fights and fought about finances or fought about whatever responsibilities around the house, whatever it was. But we got through it because we were looking at the light at the end of the tunnel. And I guess we just have a hard time really kind of being future focused in a way that's not just filled with anxiety. We both have anxiety. So it's something that we're both kind of struggling with. So like, what do you maybe have to say on that?
I mean, I get it. I love the light at the end of the tunnel approach of it's really easy to get frustrated and resentful of what feels like wasted time or wasted money. But if you're looking at like, okay, where does this end? Where is this going? I think that's a really great way to look at it. I also understand the anxiety and it being really hard to like future plan right now. With how chaotic things feel, I totally get that. The best thing I think is really investing in yourself, right? So it's hard to kind of say like, oh, I'm going to have a career with this company or I'm going to pursue this degree. You have to always be learning, always be trying stuff. Alec was talking about different projects and different passions and like how you kind of have to keep learning. But I think that activating something is the most important part. Yeah, you can learn a million different things, but if you never do anything with it, then what's the point? So the activating things and trying is the most important part. The skill set to be able to do something for 2 years, learn for something, maybe the 2-year thing becomes a 10-year thing, but maybe it doesn't work and you have to do the next thing. So knowing when to cut your losses, knowing when to pivot, and knowing when to say like, okay, I tried this. This is as far as I can take this right now. We're on to the next. is also really important. And it's going to feel scary to kind of be like, well, then what did I just do for those last 2 years? But as you're building your life, you know, there's a framework you can kind of think through, especially as a coach, right? Of where is the most effort I can put in that's going to give me the longest returns? And then where is the effort that I can put in that I'm going to start realizing things short term?
Right.
But understanding, hey, this is short term. And if I need to move on, I can move on. But this is the long-term thing I'm building for. I think it's like only you can kind of really define that.
Yeah.
And it's very much about developing the skills and activating them. Don't be a lifelong learner if you're not also a lifelong doer, right?
Nice. Yeah. Bars.
Yeah, I mean, I think just to kind of piggyback off of that a little bit, I think, you know, the anxiety is hard. I think this is going to sound kind of weird, but I think it can be useful. We use this. One thing that I realized that was really good about our relationship is we have our own vocabulary. We have like literally have our own like jargon for things.
Yep.
And we actually named our vision of our life. Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but like we call our life one, like this is what we're shooting for. And I mean, I think that's private, so I'm not going to share it, but we named what our vision for life is. It has a particular phrase, and we'll use that phrase, right? So like your motto. Yeah, it's kind of like the motto for your, that's a good way to put it, right? Like this is what we're shooting for. So in keeping that kind of front and center of, hey, like, oh my God, you know, we have, you know, it's like I've got a really rough 2 weeks coming up. You know, I don't know how things are going to go, and it's like, okay, let's go Tigers. Like, you know, like this is what we're shooting for. That's just as an example, but so that I think sort of really like naming that future thing is important. And really being like very conscious about what you're doing is like for this thing. This is a sacrifice that you're making for this shared life together. And then the other thing is that I would strongly, like Kruti's kind of saying, my thought was that make sure you're producing. You can produce crap, that's fine. But just make sure you're producing, right? Because there's all kinds of things that may work out. So if you know some amount of coding, you may be able to build your own website. There may be people who are aspiring musicians who need the skills of a coach. You know, so there's all kinds of weird intersections. And then if you get like good at coaching musicians, I've worked with a couple of musicians, you know, they can pay a fair amount out of pocket, right? Depending on who you end up with. And that's where there could be like a very lucrative career down the road for you that you just haven't seen materialize. And so, but you got to work at it, and you got to realize, like, even today, you know, I mentioned this on stream a couple days ago, 90% of the things that I do end up failing. And
right.
You know, people don't usually see all those failures, but there's failure upon failure upon failure upon failure. And for Vatas like us, like, we don't have to invest a lot into something, right? We can sort of like try something for a while, learn something from it. It kind of falls by the wayside. We have a couple of products that we talk about at HG that continually get resurrected as zombies and are just not going to ever work. But you know, that's how we find the stuff that is really good. Like, for example, HEI has been a huge success. People are, you know, we've given people career opportunities. Clinicians are learning about porn addiction so that they're better able to handle people with pornography addictions. But there's a trail of bodies of things that didn't work. So I think focus on really working your ass off. And even today, part of the reason that I work so hard is for a period of about 7 or 8 or even 10 years, there was a long time where I didn't have stable income and she did. Right. And the way that she stuck by me really mattered a lot, to where it's like, okay, if like I can work extra hard so that you don't have to. And this is where like working hard isn't bad, right? Especially when it's for yourself, right? Working hard for someone who doesn't appreciate is a whole different story. So I'd say work your ass off, and it's going to be a bumpy road, but like you guys got this.
Yeah, dude. Great stuff.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats,
Thank you.
by the way.
Thank you so much.
Congrats. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. You guys hit the nail right on the head. And my fiance is watching, just not here with me right now, so she's I'm sure gonna appreciate it. And yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks, Noah.
Thanks a
Good
lot for coming
luck.
on, Noah.
Thanks, Trevor.
Beverage? Tasty beverage?
I want another beverage too.
Do you want another espresso martini though?
No, I think let's both do this one.
Okay.
Okay, there's a bunch of really great questions in chat. There was one about hypergamy. I don't know if that's how you say it.
Hypergamy. Yeah.
Hypergamy.
Okay.
You guys want to take some more questions from chat? And I have a question for the both of you whenever you're ready.
Wait, you have a couple. What is that? Like, as in two people?
I do. Yes, I have two people, a partnership.
Okay. How? Let's let her fix a drink. Let's do. How many more people do we have, Trevor?
I think I've got 3. I've got 2 questions for you, and I've got this couple for both of you.
Okay, so let's do one for me while Kruti's fixing drinks. We'll do the couple, and then we'll take questions from chat, and then we'll do the couple, and then we'll take questions from chat, and then we'll do the last one and take questions from chat. Does that sound good?
Yeah. So you, the couple, and then you.
Yeah.
You got it.
Thanks, buddy.
You want that now?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
I'm gonna center myself.
All right. Looks like we have Wave Night. I'll bring him in.
And now I can.
So,
Hey, Wave.
oh my goodness.
Do you
Hello.
have a
Am
moment
I?
with? Would you like to be on stream?
Can someone else go first? I have to use the restroom.
Okay.
Okay,
bye.
we'll take just. Okay. I mean, we can also. Yeah, we can have somebody else go first, or I can just take questions from chat.
You
But-
go ahead and take a question. I think that sounds best.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just have Wave when he's ready. All right.
Yep.
Okay. What are the? Yeah, there's an interesting question about, would you say emotions are constructed because of some internal auditor, or is it just a prediction machine of how closely things relate to past experiences? I'm going to show you all something interesting. Oh my God, why can't I? Over here? Here it is. Just while we're waiting. Someone's asking. So this is really fascinating. There's something called the theory of constructed emotion, which is really interesting because, see, we think that like the feelings just arise and that we have to like regulate the emotion. But this is speaking of, I don't know if this has failed yet. But this is a video that I've been working on for maybe about 6 months. Sometimes I just have to read enough research for things to click. But one of the really scary things is that you can construct emotions. The emotions are constructed, right? So your brain does some kind of calculation for what you feel. And the tricky thing about theory of constructed emotion is that it's not clear how you construct it, right? So you can't like DIY, but your brain constructs emotions. And one of the key things is the prediction machine is a big part of it. So a lot of the emotions that you experience are based upon your predictions. So your brain actually, if you look at some aspects of the theory of constructed emotions, this is fascinating. You don't go into a situation. See, what most people think is that you go into a situation. Based on the situation, your brain turns on a particular emotion. That's what most people think, right? So like if I go to a movie theater and the movie sucks, that's why I'm not having a good time, because the movie sucks. So the way that most people view their emotions is their emotional state is essentially dictated by their surroundings. The reason that I am upset is because you forgot about Valentine's Day. The reason that I'm angry is because you did not cook my steak to perfection. That is why I'm angry, right?
And if we kind of think, if we pay attention to a little bit about like, abusive relationships, we kind of know that, yeah, like the reason I'm angry is because you did this. So narcissism, abusive relationships, it's kind of weird, right? So like we say that that's bad. No, the reason you're angry doesn't have anything to do with me. It's your own inability to regulate your emotion. But when it comes to other parts of life and non-abusive relationships, we sort of assume that, hey, if I feel this way, and we say this, right? You're entitled to feel the way that you feel. That's not really anyone's fault. That's okay. But the theory of constructed emotion actually says that you have a fair amount of control. And actually, it doesn't say that you have control, that it is constructed. And the really interesting thing is a big part of which emotion is constructed is influenced by your prediction. And we kind of know this, right? Things can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If I am afraid of going into recess and getting bullied, the likelihood, so I'm already predicting that emotion, and that's what my brain will create with the scenario. And this is why people will say, like, hey, like, lower your expectations. Because if we change our prediction about the future, then it alters our emotional state when the thing happens. So if you have really bad anxiety and you are worried about being anxious when you go to a party, if that is the prediction that you make, that prediction is more likely to come true. When your brain shows up there, your brain is like, oh, that's right. We already considered this situation. Turn on anxiety.exe. This is what we're supposed to be doing because that's what you said we were supposed to do. And we sort of know this because we have like lots of studies. Actually, I don't know if we have lots of studies on this, but the example that I'm going to use, I can't remember lots of studies, but we sort of think about, okay, what are your expectations when you go into a movie? If you're actually, so that's actually the opposite. So if you have an expectation that it's going to be really good, then you're likely to be disappointed. So that's that's what I sort of mean about this video is like, there's a couple of missing pieces here. But there's absolutely, so that is one side of it. The second side of it is like, if I'm afraid I'm going to screw up when I go into a job interview, the likelihood that I screw up will be greater. And the most important part of that is if I believe I will feel an emotion in a particular situation, then I'm likely to feel that emotion. And it appears that is not just because it's triggered by the environment, that is because actually my prediction creates the emotion when I'm in the environment. So this video it's not ready for a lecture yet because I need to tease together a couple of things. The other problem with the theory of constructed emotion is that there's nothing in there about what you can do. It's just your brain constructs the emotion, but there's nothing about, how can you construct emotions? But if you look at the Buddhist literature, they're really good at creating emotions, right? So there's this, let me see if I can find... let me just ask, Trevor, are we ready?
Yeah, we can be.
Okay, let's just do that then.
Okay, great. Hey, Wade, welcome back.
Thank you for waiting for me. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of
I'm
course, man.
good to go.
Okay. Count to 10 for me real quick.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. 1, 2,
Okay, great.
3. Okay. Am I on camera?
Nope. Do you want to be on camera?
Oh. Sure. My face is too beautiful for you to miss. Sorry.
Okay.
We just need you to send your camera to Discord.
Oh, how
Okay.
does that
Can you not do that?
It looks so much better. Look at that. It looks so much better.
Okay. There's a lot of light, but then maybe we do this.
No, it looks so much better.
Do you need help
Whoa.
figuring it out, Wade?
Well, yeah. What do I do?
Just click the camera button, bro. Down at the bottom.
Camera.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Wow.
I'm
Easiest
nervous.
advice ever.
Yeah.
Well done.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go.
Oh my gosh. Your room
Okay.
looks a lot bigger on stream.
Looks bigger on stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so this angle is different. Yeah. Okay. What's going on, man? So it's wave night, right?
Yeah. You can call me Darren though.
Okay.
Yeah, before that, I want to give a quick shout out to Coach Allen, Coach Yana, and HD Community Leader Soma. I don't know if we're
Nice,
on
dude.
stream, but I just wanted to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no.
Wait,
they're
so
great. I love them.
Coach Allen, Coach who?
Yana?
I don't know if I think I met Coach Yana a couple of times. I know Alan really well.
I know.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then Soma does awesome stuff on the Discord.
Yeah, he's amazing.
And you've done Soma's meditation stuff or what? He does
Oh,
meditation.
not
right?
Psycho Soma. The other one.
Okay, there's another Soma.
The-
Okay.
The fitness guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the shout outs.
Yeah, for sure. They brought me here, really. I don't think I would be here if it wasn't for their encouragement and coaching and everything. So
Awesome, dude.
yeah. So my question, it's I don't really know how to phrase it completely, but
That's okay.
I just started dating like a month ago. Like really, I'm 27 and I just started. So I met someone that's like pretty similar to me. She's actually a therapist too. Not two. I'm not a therapist, but
Okay.
I did HD coaching stuff. So I feel like sometimes when we talk, we get into like this weird space where it's like, oh, there's a problem. Now we have to like fix it. And we literally just been on a few like dates, I guess. So I feel like that gets in the way of our communication a bit.
Absolutely, man.
It's just so bizarre because like and it's also because we're both so similar. We're both like, I watched your video on flirting, and I think we're like the sincere type of flirts where we just like talk about trauma, and I'm like, okay, like how far do we go?
Yeah.
So I really feel like there's like this huge like wall that I can't like, that I'm just like really scared. So I don't really know what to do. So I was wondering if you had any advice.
Yeah, so tell me what the wall is and what you're scared about. Let's start there.
Like I'm afraid of being like too intense. It's funny because on our second outing, she like kind of just told me straight up, like, so like I'm a little too much sometimes, but I'm afraid of like asking too deep of a questions when I don't really know her that well yet, because I mean it's just so bizarre. Like I literally just met this person, but it feels like I've known her forever, but I don't want to like pretend like I do, I guess.
Okay, so when she says you're too intense, do you have a sense of what she's picking up on?
Yeah, so like I guess she said like I'm very like perceptive of like her needs and stuff, and that I try to like do everything right.
What an asshole, dude. Oh my god.
Right? Just like accept my generosity or whatever. Just let me like, so she's like chill out, basically. And I feel like that just happens all the time in regular conversations. So last time we saw each other on Monday, she started like talking a bit about her past, and then I was just like listening and being affirming, but I made sure not to do any of the coaching stuff that I learned.
Good.
Like, that's like the dark magic, you know?
Yeah, good. Good. You should not use the dark magic. It backfires if you use it on a romantic partner, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that makes a
absolutely.
lot of sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm so glad that I asked that then.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I'm just like, how does it backfire though?
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about the utilization of the dark magic. Okay. So, one of the reasons that Kruthi and I are still together is that I started being with her far before I became a psychiatrist. And so, one of the weird things is that, see, when you get trained in people, you learn that, it's the dark magic, right? Like it's
Yeah.
weird. It's like you have I mean, do you play video games?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're like, once you learn the dark magic, you're like map hacking, but in interpersonal relationships, and it's kind of OP. But there's a couple of things about, coaching and psychiatry, which is that this kind of map hacking is only okay in a relationship where you are designed to map hack, right? They don't know what's on the map. I don't know if you play any games that have map hacks, but they don't know where things are, and you are specifically in the role of helping them figure it out.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I found is, I mean, you know, there's some evidence that when you're like a psychiatrist for your kids, that's not super healthy for them. So a psychiatric awareness is really good, but like I don't therapize my children. So one thing that and using the dark magic will backfire because it won't be it'll be a coaching relationship. It won't be a romantic relationship. So then what'll happen is once it becomes a coaching relationship, weird things will start to happen. There'll be a power dynamic. That's one example. Another example is like they will detect that you are using the dark magic on them and they will not like it. It's not that it doesn't work.
Yeah.
It's that they can feel it happening, right?
Yeah.
And then they don't like it. They're like, hey, like it's funny because we joked about this, right? But it's actually not funny, which is like, oh my God, you're such a thoughtful and caring, perceptive person and a good listener. You asshole. Actually, yeah. Right? Because she doesn't want you to do that. So I would say, and this makes sense because now you're kind of screwed, bro. You're not really, but let's be clear about where you are, which is that now you are really good at utilizing the dark magic, but you haven't stumbled through relationships between the ages of 17 and 27. So you don't know any other kind of, you need to use the warm magic, the pink magic, not the dark magic.
I should put on my magical sunglasses then.
There you go. Right. Yeah. You should wear those glasses. Right. And that's like, you wouldn't go into a coaching client with that. You wouldn't go into therapy with that. But that's exactly. So there's a different kind of energy. What's going to be hard for you. Yeah. You could. Can you take those off so I can see your eyes? Is that okay? Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
So appreciate the move, but it's really reflective.
Oh, my bad.
No, it's totally fine. What was that? Yeah. So the tricky thing for you is going to be that for you to be so good at one thing and then to go back to being a novice is going to be really hard.
Yep, it has been.
Right? But I think that's where the other problem is, I mean, maybe you're in love with this person?
I don't want to say that because if she watches this, then she's going to be like...
Right. Okay. So you don't want to say it. I know, but we can all tell. Right. So and then dude, I practiced the dark magic, dude. I was there. I was there when the old magic was written. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, what was I expecting? Right. Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. Okay. So I think that there's hesitance around that, which is healthy because this is your first relationship. There's a decent chance that this really is the one, which I hate to say, but
this is the first one. So.
I know. It was fated, dude. You were waiting for her. This is what this is meant to be.
Oh my God. No, don't say that.
No, I know, but like what? You want us to not consider that possibility?
Yeah, it's right? It feels like scary, but
it is scary, and maybe this is just the first person that you've come across. So there's a lot of like emptiness, which this person is filling in some way. You're projecting a lot. All that stuff is true too. Right. But you 100%. Have to have a nice differential of like, this could be the one. And this is your first real relationship and you're 27 years old. So like, you don't even know what the one looks like. This is some kind of weird like projection or whatever, which could also be the case. But don't for a second delude yourself into thinking this isn't the one, because then if you start thinking that way and you shove that away, right, then you could really be screwing things up.
That's what I've been doing.
Shoving it away?
Yeah, like when I see her, and it's just like, because we're still in this ambiguous state that's like difficult for me to challenge, because I feel like I have like an anxious attachment, so I have to like, the way I described it to my therapist was like, as far as escalation of relationship, it's like I'm up here when I see her, then I kind of have to like go back down, but like I don't know where she's at. She could be up here or whatever, but I keep putting myself down, like keep shoving my feelings down. Because I don't want to be too intense, like I said earlier. Yeah,
so I think that's where there's like there are other moves. Playfulness is really useful in a situation like this, right? So you have those feelings, and it's not that you need to shove them down; it's that you need to let them out.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, I used to do this where I mean, I was hopelessly in love with my wife and didn't realize it for a while, but. you know, when I would go on a date, like I would just
Yeah.
right, and then you could and then be playful, right? So like speaking of flirting, am I being too intense now?
Yeah.
Is this me being
Well,
intense? Is
I
this
mean,
too intense
there's
for
other
you?
variables, if I can interrupt.
Yeah, please.
Well, she's just coming out of a relationship, so then it just feels the dynamic feels weird because of that.
Yeah, so
So,
you're running 1,000 calculations a second in your head about this, aren't you?
100%.
Right?
I think 1,000's putting it pretty low.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think this is where there's something you got to learn, which is how to be. Right? So it's not about doing right or doing wrong, which is ultimately what if you pay attention to your internal thought processes, you're trying to not screw up, because she's especially told you she said, don't be so intense. And you're like, okay, I'm not going to be intense.
Okay, how do I not be intense? By being
Playfulness.
intense.
Playfulness.
Yeah.
Right? So
Okay.
you're running calculations now, right? This is an anxious experience. You're about to come on. Oh my God, I didn't realize I needed to pee. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's genuineness, there's authenticity, there's playfulness. You put on the glasses, right? That's the right energy. You have it within you to perform the pink magic. You need
Yeah,
not
the pink
only
magic.
use the dark magic. Right?
Yeah, the dark magic's so powerful though. It's tempting.
It is. It is. And so learning to
Mhm.
step away from it is difficult. Right? So
Yeah.
so the power of the dark side is tempting. And that's what it
Yeah,
does.
so I guess I've been doing things right then by not using it, but I just don't know what to do, so I'm just kind of sitting
so,
there.
so I think you have to open yourself up to making mistakes, right? You have to signal to her to some degree that you're trying. And I think it really is being a little bit like detached, that this feels like the one, but hey, it may not be. So you're not going to push that away, but you're also going to have sort of like, and there's a cultivation, and Alan can help you with this. Soma can probably help you with this too. And Yana, I just don't know as well as the other two, but you know, to just be, and like there's a chance, like we know you have feelings, which I won't name any further, but and the thought of heartbreak is really, really scary, right? So you don't want to screw it up, and that's going to cause you to run a calculation, and then it's going to be hard to just be. But like, just be. I would say if you spend time with her, right? I mean, it's fine that she's intense, but the intensity, so there's a certain kind of intensity that she's going to be okay with, I would predict. I don't know. I've never met her. Not all women are the same, but I think this is one bro talking to another. The intensity of using the dark magic to map hack her soul, not good. The intensity of being head over heels in love with her and letting that playfulness, that boyishness, that joy of being in her absolute presence, right? That absolute joy of just like being in her presence. And then, and you know, it's kind of like, hey, can you stop smiling so wide? And you're like, I'm trying really hard, but this is the highlight of my day.
Yeah.
And
so just like let it out then.
let a certain part of it out and give it that playful twist. Right? You don't want to be like, oh my God, we are meant to be together. I have foreseen it.
Yeah.
And I feel it, and oh my God, your body is my body, and I complete you, and you complete me, and I want to wrap myself all around you, and I want you to wrap. Don't let that out.
I thought you couldn't hurt me through the screen, but you just did.
Yeah, well, that's you know, but
Yeah.
it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
So sometimes like, you know, you'll fall harder first, and you're maybe opening yourself up. I mean, you may screw things up, and that's okay too. Like, this is part of your journey, and try to have a little bit of perspective, and like, bro, like, I'm behind you to fail spectacularly, and like, that's okay. Like, I'm so glad you're a part of this community. I genuinely mean that. Like, I want you to I want you to admit to yourself how you feel, and that this could be real, and this could be the one, and like don't run away from that. Like, that's what we're here for. We're here to help people like you find the one, and to embrace that. And you've been alone for who knows how many years, and now you have a chance to not be alone. And so, like, run for it, right? Like that's amazing and beautiful, and embrace that. And also recognize that you can embrace it without shoving it onto her. That is what intensity is.
Yeah.
You know, and be a little bit like don't be a dick, but don't go into therapist mode with her. Go into, like, you know, it's not your job to help her with her problems. It's your job to give her a break from her life. That's the way you should
Yeah.
think about a date, right? It's like
100%.
you're not there to fix her. You're not there to coach her. She's got her own problems. She can handle things by herself. But when she spends time with you, there should be a microcosm of joy, playfulness, and fun, right? You should be she is the highlight of your day. Treat her in such a way where you become the highlight of hers.
Yeah. Yeah. That's. I think I have a hard time like just existing.
Yes.
So it always feels like I have to do something.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just I don't know. But I'll do my best because it's like it just puts me into flight or flight, just
Yeah.
existing. And in the past, I've always ran away. That's why this is my first. So,
How do you feel about that?
excited, a bit ashamed of my past, but yeah, I don't know. It's just completely different for me. And it's kind of scary, but
Yeah. I can see the terror. I think scary is an understatement, right? It's really scary. And and like that's and like give yourself a pat on the back and like understand that like this is what I mean, you're doing it, bro. And it's scary. I can't take that terror away from you. All I can encourage you to do is like keep moving in that direction and you will be grateful for it, right? Like it's going to be painful and it's going to be scary. And by the way, like, you know, it's hard to not do things, which is like, I don't know if you're familiar with the Tao, like Lao Tzu and right. So like the Tao is like, I mean, not doing things is actually the primary challenge that most human beings face. So you're in good company and like you'll get better at it and it's scary and that's okay. And we love you and we got your back.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And you know,
Yeah.
if you get married, you better invite somebody from HG.
Oh shoot, I think my internet dropped.
That's okay.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah.
No, there we go.
Yeah, but okay. Thanks, Dr. K. I think I got it. I think we got it. So
You got this, fam. And if you
Thank
don't,
you.
we're here to pick up the pieces. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Take
Okay.
care, buddy.
Thank
Yep.
you, Wave.
Have a good one.
We'll
See
see
you.
you.
Okay. Chat. Yeah, so I think it was good that see this is what's really weird. This really makes me wonder, man. You know, so like the internet, I swear to God, the internet is like an active participant. So the second that I said the thing that he missed, right? So he missed one sentence that I said. And that sentence would have put so much pressure on his head. Like the internet is like, actually the universe is like, no, don't say that, Dr. K. Right? There's a lot of intensity of feeling, and it's hard when there's that intensity of feeling. Okay. Okay, someone's asking, do you take on regular people or only people with money as a therapist? Lol. In my career, 60% of my patients, it used to be 65, maybe it's 55 now, I'm not sure. About 60% of my patients have been for free or on the most public health insurance on the planet, which is like Mass Health. And so a long time ago, I had a particular rate. And then what I really didn't like is when people couldn't pay that rate, I would turn them away because I had a family to support. Kruti wasn't working. I had 2 kids at home. So it's like I'm supporting a family and like I couldn't afford it and I hated that. So what I did is jacked up my rate and started taking people for free and that felt way better. And so most of the work that I do is still, I mean, so look, we have certain things that we want you guys to support us financially with. Guide to Love, Sex, and Relationships is a great example of that. You know, but most of what we do is free. And I think that unfortunately, like the people who need help and their capacity to pay are like somewhat independent variables. Okay, there was another question that I want to take real quick. Okay. Was in a relationship for 3 years, but eventually decided to end it. We have been talking again for 5 months. We recently released a video about don't date your type. She's not my type at all. She's an incredible person. I love her dearly. She means so much to me. And also there is an element of natural attraction that I don't experience. It makes me feel guilty that I don't feel a physical pull towards her. How to decide what to do with this relationship? I think you have to start by understanding why you guys broke up in the first place. Right? So what's really scary is that, see, I think one of the reasons that it's really hard to find a healthy relationship is because of how many boxes need to be checked. And I think the problem is that since a lot of boxes need to be checked, what a lot of people do is put a lot of boxes on their dating profile. And they're like, unless you check all these boxes, sorry, not even going to consider you. The problem is the boxes that need to be checked for a relationship cannot be captured in a dating profile. But you can think someone is an incredible person. You can love them dearly. They can be really important to you. But if you're not physically attracted to them, a relationship with them may be just that. And like, even if you choose to pursue that relationship, that can work out, but it can also be really hard. And then there may be someone that you love dearly that means so much to you, that is physically attractive, but isn't actually an incredible person. They're just a mediocre person. And that could be the right person for you. Right? And the reason, so probably the best evidence suggests that human beings, there was a question about hypergamy, but, you know, the best evidence that I've seen suggests that human beings are serial monogamists. So we're heavily invested, the species that, if we're talking about basic biology, you know, the species that, if you look at some species, the male's role is to impregnate the female and then they disappear. Like great cats is a good example, like leopards and jaguars and tigers and things like that. Right? But then you have animals like swans, where they kind of mate for life because the male has a significant role in child rearing. And generally speaking, when the male has a significant role in child rearing, the selection process is completely different. So it takes a while for us to find out who is that person that really matches us. And sometimes, you know, you can have a great co-parent that doesn't work out in a romantic sense, but generally speaking, you know, the right person for a long-term romantic relationship is someone that you can build a life with. It's not just about the relationship. It is about building a life. Right? And if you're going on your honeymoon with this person and great sex isn't a part of that honeymoon, that's doable. But, you know, arguably not ideal. Can you explain the dark magic, old magic, pink magic, etc.? Okay. So I think what Wave Knight was referring to is, so what we sometimes do is we'll teach communication skills. So if you go through the coaching elements program and things like that, like we'll go through, like we'll teach people how to communicate. Not just how to communicate, how to understand people. How to understand what is hurting them, how to understand how to help people overcome their problems. So a big part of what's actually interesting is, so we used to be like more goal focused, and at HEI we added a goal focused curriculum. But if you look at sort of our internal data about how change happens, first it's forming a relationship, second it is understanding patterns, and then it is creating behavioral change. So coaches are designed to help people understand what is wrong with them, why they end up in these ways in life, and then to nudge them in the right direction and include accountability, stuff like that. So that ability to read people, which like very few people walking down the street have, to be able to understand and map out a person's psychology, right? What's going on with them? What is it that really bothers them? Why is this person stuck? Because we try to help people get unstuck. That's what we call the dark magic, the ability to read another person, understand what makes them tick. The pink magic is a different kind of magic. The dark magic is a magic that can be used to shape another person. Now, in coaching and in therapy, we shape them in the positive direction. We help them overcome their anxiety. We help them apply for a promotion that they felt anxious about. We help them set boundaries with their parents. We help them wake up every day, right? We are using our understanding of the inner workings of a human being to help that person. That's the dark magic. And since it can edit the source code of a person, we call it the dark magic. And it does feel, I mean, it's incredibly, when you use it on someone, like he said, who doesn't like it, they feel the intensity, they don't like it. The pink magic is the playfulness, is the charm, is the flirtation. It's a different kind of energy. It's a joy, right? It's not understanding and reading someone. It's like having a good time, helping somebody else have a good time, helping somebody else have a good time despite their best efforts to be grumpy. Charm, right? To evoke a certain feeling. And then the old magic is a quote that I was joking with Wave, and Wave was like, talking about the dark magic, and he was like, wow, I wasn't expecting this. And it's like, come on, bro. And then there's this quote about, don't quote the old magic to me. I was there when it was written. And it was like, yeah, I'm the one who wrote the curriculum that teaches you to do the things that you're doing. And that doesn't, I mean, I'm sure that if this is what's really cool about it, is like, I'm sure, and I've seen this before with people like Alan or whoever, where it's like, if I talk about my feelings, they will use the dark magic on me. And it works. Which is like frustrating. Yeah, so don't use the dark magic on your partners. It's not for partners. It's for people who are there for your help. That is the ethical use of the dark magic. Dude, polytheism, didn't even realize I had subscribed for this long at some point in time. Oh my God, 61 months streak? That's insane, bro. Or girl, whoever you are. Let's do, so Trevor, I don't know where Kruti is, but let's do, let me actually, what do I want to do? Let's do another one.
Yeah, you want the one for you then?
Yeah, let's do the one for me.
Okay, that'll be Fishy. Fishy does not have a camera. And we're going to bring
Totally
Fishy.
fine.
Hey, Fishy, you're live.
Yo, Fishy.
She's
And
gone.
GG.
Just a moment. We'll see if Fishy's there again. Hey, Fishy, you there?
Yes. Is my audio
Awesome.
fine?
Yeah, you're great. You're
Okay,
live.
awesome.
I'm going to just turn you down just a bit. Can you count to 10 for me, Fishy?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Perfect.
7,
Thank you so much.
8. Cool.
What's
Okay.
going on?
So I have like a kind of broad question, and then we can
Great.
go more into it. So, my broad question is like, how do people who are securely attached distinguish between platonic attraction and romantic attraction, or how do they distinguish between what they're feeling for a specific?
How do they distinguish what they're feeling?
Yeah.
So I think they feel, I think they distinguish what they're feeling based on the quality of the feeling itself, right? So people who are secure, let's just do a bit of background. So the core way to become securely attached is to have emotional mirroring during development. So when I'm feeling angry, or let's say I'm crying or I feel upset. My parents will come to me and they'll be like, "Oh my God, with the baby, it's so sad. You left your little bear, panda, whatever. Did you forget it at school? Oh my God." So oftentimes, if you look across cultures, this isn't true for every culture. So if you look at some European cultures, this isn't the case. But for many cultures around the world, you'll have exaggerated emotional reactions from adults. And when a child has sees an exaggerated emotional reaction, they are feeling a thing, they don't understand what they're feeling. And then they see it in the face of the parent. So the parent has an exaggerated reaction of sadness, and then children tie these two things together. And that's how they know, okay, this is what sad feels like. So they are able to identify their emotions. They know what they're feeling because they're taught what they're feeling. That's what makes someone securely attached. Okay? So then what happens is if they're in a platonic relationship, they will detect the presence or absence of certain emotions. And when they're in a romantic relationship, they will detect or not the presence or absence of other emotions. Love, attraction, playfulness, connection, chemistry, and some of that is like they get you and you get them. There's a spark, there's a connection. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. So part of my problem, okay, so context, I'm autistic, so I'm pretty sure I have alexithymia.
Okay.
So for me, I've had moments where I could be bonding with like my close friends, and I'll sort of get those like thoughts of like, oh, am I in love with my friend? Because I'll get like a welling up a feeling, but it's like, I don't want to date my friend. I love them, but I don't want to date them.
Okay.
But this happens quite a lot with me. And although I'm consciously aware I don't want to date them, it is still confusing it's still confusing for me going forward how to figure out if I have feelings for someone, if I don't. Because I know like technically you can develop feelings for someone that you're not compatible to date. And it's like, for me, who struggles with understanding emotions, it's like I feel like I don't know how to embody the difference of those feelings. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense. I mean,
Yeah.
let me repeat back what I heard, and then you tell me if it makes sense. So, first thing is that you'll have relationships. These can be platonic or those aren't defined, right? But you'll have some sort of like literal connection with a person, and then in that connection, feelings will arise, and you're not quite sure how to interpret those, right? So there's a part of you that's kind of saying like, "Hey, I don't want to date this person." And then you're kind of confused because maybe you have some feeling towards them that does feel like love. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yes, exactly that.
And then the way that you understand that is, okay, sometimes human beings have feelings of love for people who are not appropriate to date. Right? Yeah. So it is possible that I am feeling love towards this person, even a romantic love, and my head is telling me this is a bad idea. So it's possible to be in love and know it's a bad idea. But if you're autistic and alexithymic, how do you know if this is romantic love with your head telling you it's a bad idea, or if this is some other kind of love and that's why your head is telling you it's a bad idea? Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah, because I feel like from my understanding of like relationships and stuff, I feel like so many people, their feelings are very clear to them, or they interpret their feelings in a very clear way. But for me, no emotion feels quite clear.
Yes. That is incredibly challenging. Right? So being colorblind to your internal emotional state makes navigating human relationships incredibly difficult. Have you had a romantic relationship where you have been in love?
Yeah. I've been in love 3 times in my life.
And what were those experiences like, if you're comfortable sharing what that was like for you?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's sort of the overall trend. I've noticed when I'm in love with someone, I tend to I'm monogamous, so I tend to desire exclusivity from them, and then also the commitment piece.
Sure.
The first relationship was actually really challenging because we were both teenagers, and the person I fell in love with was poly or wanted to be poly. So me and him were dating, but then we also opened up poly so that he could date other people. That eventually got too much for me because I was just jealous and I felt insecure. I wanted to be monogamous and closed. So we eventually broke up.
Good
The
for
second
you.
person after that, thank you. The second person after that was a monogamous relationship I had with this girl. Was probably my healthiest relationship to this date. There was like no arguing. We got along really well. Long distance for context, by the way. And then just about a year and a half in, she just got depressed, fell out of love, and like we kind of split off from there.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah, it wasn't an easy at the time. The third person I fell in love with was my first only unrequited love. So I had made friends with this guy, and I really quickly developed feelings for him. He didn't return the feelings. We tried to be friends. It just couldn't work because I was just really hurt, basically.
Sure. Okay, so that's really interesting. So then here's my question. So you seem to understand quite well that there are times that you've been in love with people. So what's hard? What is the feeling that you don't understand? Because it sounds like you've had 3 times that you've felt in love.
hmm
So I'm a bit confused about what you're. So, right? So if you have 3 examples of being in love, and you know what that feels like, is there still some difficulty translating that over to other connections because you can't tell if those
Yeah,
2 things are the same?
yeah. So the situation I was in that kind of inspired this question is last year I was friends with benefits with this guy for a couple of months. And because we were friends with benefits, there was a level of like just emotional support, emotional
Sure,
intimacy.
sure.
Um, and during that, I started getting thoughts of like, do I have feelings for him? Do I want to be with him? And it got really distressing because I went into it with the intention of only being friends. Um, so even the thought that I could have different feelings stressed me out.
Sure.
Yeah. So it was really kind of like that too.
Yeah, so I think that is going to be confusing even if you're not alexithymic or autistic. Have you seen our video about friends with benefits?
I have not.
So I would definitely watch that. This is really interesting. I'm going to just try to pull this up for you here. I'm going to give you. I'm going to give you. So it's really interesting. There's a. Ah, man, I can't find it now. There's a great paper that actually lays out rules for successful, successful friends with benefits relationships. Oh, it's situationship, right? That's what people call it. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can. So I'm gonna pull this up in a second, but let's just talk about the situation with your friends with benefits person. So it's understandable that you're very confused because. So this actually makes a lot more sense now to me anyway, but I have better clarity on it. So I think the reason that can be particularly confusing is because romantic love and the kind of catching feelings for someone that you're in a situationship with are actually like qualitatively different from a neuroscience perspective. So when you start engaging in a sexual relationship with someone, certain hormones will turn on, like number one of which is oxytocin. So when you are in a situationship with this person, would you guys cuddle, hold hands, or spend the night?
Cuddle, yes. Hold hands, kind of. Spend the night, no, but we had fallen asleep together like once.
Yeah. So when you do those things, that will activate a certain form of emotional bonding, right? So when there's sexual activity and there's emotional bonding, that becomes like more difficult to navigate and more difficult to understand. So you may not have had that kind of dopaminergic. So the feeling of falling in love is highly mediated by dopamine, right? So we feel intoxicated. We have cravings for these people. There's a lot of behavioral reinforcement. The feeling of that warm, cuddly, emotional bonding love is mediated by oxytocin. So probably part of the challenge here in this situation is that you had some of the love signals going on in your brain, but you may not have had all of them, but some of them are the love signals, right? So love is not homogeneous. Whereas usually what happens with human beings is when we fall in love with someone, we crave them, we pursue them, then we engage in a physical relationship, then we end up cuddling, so then all the signals come together, and that's what we call love.
Mm. Okay.
I don't know how helpful that is to you. Yeah.
Sorry. When you say love, you mean like love broadly or like the specific romantic love we're talking
The
about?
romantic love, right? So what I'm talking about is falling head over heels for someone. And
Right.
so if we think about, you're asking how do they know if it's platonic love or romantic love? And what I'm saying is that romantic love is composed of several pieces. And this literally is because it sounds like you're on the spectrum. I'm going to define those pieces for you. Is that okay? Would that be helpful for you?
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be so helpful.
I'm going to just define what love is, okay? So we can start with the Greeks. The Greeks notice there's different kinds of love. So there's eros love, which is like being, I'm losing some of these terms, but there's sort of like what we call classically being in love, right? So we're consumed by someone. You can also call this passion. There's a lot of passion between us. Then there is also like a friendly, playful kind of love. So there's like passion, like, oh, like I want your body and I want you to have my body and like you complete me and I complete you. And then there's the playfulness. There's like the laying in bed naked and covering things and not covering things and then poking and not poking and then tickling, and like that's different from passion. There's a playful kind of love with tickling. Then there is emotional bonding, right? So this is not passion. This is like you and I are bonded. We have a bond. We have common cause. We're in it together. We're like two people in a trench in World War II, and we're in it together. There's also a love that is sacrificial. Okay? So this is like, when you're in like when you have your partner, it's like you would take a bullet for them. You will stay up all night for them. You would do this. You would do that. Your love manifests as sacrifice, right? I would do anything for this person. That is different from like you complete me and I'm tickling you after we're laying in bed naked together. So when we have a committed romantic relationship, oftentimes all of these things are happening together. And the reason that people don't last is that they are not able to transition and get these additional types of love. So if there is passion, we're fine for the first couple of months. When we add playfulness to it, we're good for a couple of years, but we're not willing to sacrifice. So I have my career, you have your career. I'm not willing to sacrifice for you. So the relationship, we parted ways amicably. It was intense. It was lovely. We were bonded. It was real love, but that sacrifice is not there. That's why a relationship falls apart. Other times, there is sacrifice. There was passion. The passion gets extinguished. Now the passion is gone. Now the playfulness is gone. Now we have 2 kids at home. No one's sleeping. My hours are getting cut. You're not able to work anymore. So now we're like ground down. So there's sacrifice and there's commitment, but there's no joy. I just can't do this anymore. I love you, but I can't do this anymore. Right? We can listen to the reasons why people break up and track them back to failures of these different kinds of love. And then there is loss of passion with sacrifice, but the playfulness is still there. Right? And sometimes that can sustain us. When now I've got postpartum depression. I've got postpartum problems with my hormones. So my libido is absolutely gone, but there is enough emotion, there is enough sacrifice, and there is enough playfulness to where we can stay connected. That survives the postpartum, depressive, libido crash. 2 years later, things come back. And when they come back real good. Right? So these are when you say, how does someone know what love feels like? This is where people with secure attachment do have an advantage on feeling, but love is more complex. This is why not everyone who is in love and dates for 1 year and is good together stays together, because they cannot graduate into these additional kinds of love. And you kind of need it all. Then there's a neuroscience layer on top of this, where passionate love is mediated by dopamine. It's an addiction. Emotional bonding is mediated by oxytocin. Feeling comfortable with someone is mediated by serotonin. I was talking to someone recently who was really happy with their current partner, and I asked, what do you really like about them? And they said, this is the first person I've dated in a long time that I don't feel anxious around. I just feel soothed when they're around. That is serotonin. Mood, anxiety reduction. Mood elevation and anxiety reduction. I just feel good around them. It's not passion. It's not physical attractiveness. Not even emotional bonding. This is a serotonergic love. So these things don't map on one-to-one, because a neurotransmitter is just a chemical signal in the brain. Dopamine also does smooth movement. Right? So instead of cogwheel rigidity, which is what we see. So dopamine does way more. But I think when it comes to you catching feelings for someone in a situationship, yeah, that's because some of these neurotransmitters are coming on, but there's physical attraction, there's some amount of serotonin, but there may not be dopamine, right? It could be more like, I'm frisky and you're frisky. Let's just kind of get our physical needs met. And then oxytocin kicks in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, so one thing that I just want to appreciate about your question is, when I work with people who are on the spectrum, it requires me to stretch into explaining things. And I think the stuff that comes out of my mouth when I work with people on the spectrum is some of the best stuff that my brain can produce. And there's something about the way that people on the spectrum ask questions that requires us to really tunnel down and define and explain each of these elements. And I know it's hard for you. It fucking sucks. At the same time, I think that I am a better psychiatrist because of people like you. And I think that the answer that I gave just now is maybe one of the best answers I will ever give on love on stream. So thank you for your question. I'm not saying we're done, but I just want to thank you for that.
Well, of course, thank you for answering it. That honestly made my day hearing that. Okay, so what my little autistic mind is understanding is just that there are all these different components to love. It's not just one thing. So you can have some turned on, some turned off. And that's why emotions can get kind of confusing, basically.
Yes, and so the confusion comes because you have not mixed signals, but you have incomplete signals, right? So if so you've been in love 3 times, and those 3 times you probably had some version of all of these, right? But now what's happening with friends with benefits is you've got 2 out of 4, if you've got 3 out of 4, and then you're like, what is this? And by the way, people who are neurotypical are also hella confused by situationships. So you're not alone there.
Yeah, I've been told.
Huh?
I said, yeah. Sorry, were you able to hear me?
Okay. Yeah. No. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I've been told.
Yeah.
So then, okay, then so I sort of I guess the last thing on this is so going forward, if I'm ever in this situation again, not a situationship per se, but trying to understand my feelings, really just asking those kind of questions to myself, what signals being hit here, which ones aren't, sort of analysis, or is that overthinking?
No, I mean, I think it is overthinking, and it is necessary if you are alexithymic, right? So the 4 questions I would ask yourself going forward is, do I crave this person? Do I feel connected to this person? Does this person elevate my mood and lower my anxiety? And would I be willing to take a bullet for this person? Right? And if the answer to all four of those questions is yes, that is probably the best back of the napkin equation for whether you know whether you're in love. In love is just dopamine, but whether there is a sustainable, complete sense of love.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
You too. Bye.
Okay, you can. I think we've got one more that. Yeah, we've got one more that's for both of us, I think.
Yeah, would you like that person now?
Do you want to take a couple questions, or you want to do? Yeah, let's... Okay, you take questions. I need to pee.
Go.
Awesome.
Hello. Okay, I saw a good question about hypergamy. I don't know how to pronounce it. Hypergamy. So I looked it up, and I think the best relationships are where both people think they've married up. And I feel like I married up, and I think Alok also felt that way, or he says he felt that way. And I think those are the best. And also, I have been meeting a lot of women. So I play tennis, and I meet a lot of like country club wives who seem like maybe they married up in some ways, like maybe financially, like they kind of married the guy with the great job, but they're all incredibly beautiful, fun, caring, warm women. And I think a lot of their partners think that they've married up. And what I've seen with a lot of these relationships, okay, and like these are relationships that have been like 20, 30 years in the making. And they bring out so many amazing things in each other. So the travel opportunities that they got just help them become better people. So I feel like everybody can be, a tier above, and you just need access. So you might be marrying up, but then like that also gives you a way to step up and become the person you want to be. So I don't mind the concept. I just don't think it's usually one way for a successful relationship.
Dude, someone's asking about a tennis stream.
That would be so fun. Is it okay to ask what's your thoughts on children getting hormones and surgeries?
Appreciate the delicacy of the question, but I think it's
There's a mic.
I think before let me see if I can find this. So I think the first thing that you have to do before you even answer this question is figure out what's your standard. Right? So I think one of the biggest challenges in medicine is having a different rule set for different things. So a simple example is, are we going to follow the evidence? Do we do what the evidence suggests?
Never.
So if you follow what the evidence suggests, I think there was a pretty big study out of Mayo. I think it was Mayo. I'd have to check. It's not my area of expertise. I have worked with people who have taken hormones. I don't know if I've ever worked with anyone who's had surgery. I mean, I've had people, but not gender reassignment surgery. So I've worked with people who have done gender affirming care. That wasn't the role that I was in. So generally speaking, what would happen where I was working is people would do complementary alternative medicine consults. So people would come in and I would teach them how to meditate and stuff. So I think there was a really good study, I think out of Mayo, where they basically found that hormones and gender-based surgery are effective if done properly. So what this means is that there's usually a full suite of different kinds of care, including ruling out other conditions, right? So is this person depressed? Are they, so I don't know if you guys know this, but people on the spectrum have a way higher likelihood of being non-binary. And that's because our sense of gender identity is an integration of internal emotional experiences, right? How do you know you're a man? I feel like a man. So if you are alexithymic, if your emotions don't function in the same way, aren't present in the same way, your sense of gender will be impacted by that. So I think a lot of the concern, I think, is fair, because I don't think it's as simple as, hey, I don't feel like a man or I don't feel like a woman. Let me order hormones off the internet and start taking them. But I think the strongest data that I have seen is from this Mayo study, which is, I mean, they put people through their paces. Like, there was a very high level of care administered. And one thing that is, it's not my area of expertise, there's a lot of nuance around it. So the one thing that I would say, if someone came to me, if one of my patients came to me and said, hey, I'm interested in taking hormones, I'm interested in gender reassignment surgery, what I would say is that I can't comment about whether that is a good idea or a bad idea, but what I do know is that if you want to do it, you better do it the right way, which is go to someone who specializes in it, get ruled out for all of the other conditions, and then the people, you know, if you have a trauma, go to a trauma surgeon. If you have cancer, go to a cancer surgeon. So go to the people who are experts in this stuff. I mean, my personal take on a lot of this stuff is like, and so this is funny. The first time I got called woke, okay, was 2015. And I was, no, maybe 2015.
You got called woke before it was cold.
I got called woke. So I remember I was in supervision with one of my attendings, and the attending was a member of the LGBTQ community. And so I was telling them, I have this patient in psychotherapy. This is what they're struggling with. Here's what I'm doing with them. And he's like, how very woke of you. I was like, I don't know what that means. And so what I was explaining to them is that in yogic thinking, okay, gender is a part of like Roop, but our true higher Roop means form, right? So it's a part of our form. But like the basic elements of what make us human transcend gender. So if we look at some of our imagery, there's an incarnation of Shiva called Ardhanarishwar. Ardhanarishwar is half man, half woman. So I'll show you guys like a picture real quick. And I'm not going to like interpret, like, so there's all kinds of people that'll interpret this as, right? So there's all kinds of people that will interpret this based on various sociological things. Like, this is Ardhanarishwar over here. This is Ardhanarishwar, right? So this is the male side. This is the female side. This is the male side. This is the female side. So this is like an old concept. This is nothing new. Now, you can say that this is an interpretation of non-binary. You can make that argument. The way I understand it is that we all have masculine and feminine within us. We'll talk about this when we talk about anima animus, which, by the way, is going to be fucking a fantastic lecture. I'm so hyped about it. Took me a long time to understand it. Something clicked over. I've been working on it for like 9 months. And something clicked. It's so good. It explains basically, like, and I'm not exaggerating here, okay? Sometimes I use hyperbole. I really think it explains all of our modern dating problems. Not just the majority, like all the big things. Everything that I see wrong with dating, I look at anima animus and it's like, oh, that's really interesting because this is predicted, right? So you can read a text from like 1920 where they talk about when someone's anima or animus is messed up, here is what they do. And it's like, holy crap, that's the manosphere. Okay. Anyway, we'll get to that later. But so in the yogic view, like gender is something to be moved past. It's not that it doesn't exist. It's that if we look at what makes us human, when you look at a state of meditation, you are neither man nor woman when you are in a state of dhyan. Dhyan is a melting of your ego. And you are a man, you are a woman. That's part of your ego. It's not who you are. Your fundamental capacity to experience and witness goes beyond that. And that is the core part of who we are as human. And so I was working with this patient in this realm, and that's when I got called woke. And it's not, I mean, like, I don't know if I'm woke or not woke. This is just, this person said this about me. You guys decide. But like, so with hormones and gender reassignment surgery, I think it should be done very, very carefully, very, very cautiously, and very, very correctly. And what is correct, if you want to make a moral stance on it, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But if we're talking about the practice of medicine, we have ethical guidelines, which are not the same as morals, right? Ethics is the rules of the profession. What are the standards that we hold to? So beneficence, do good. Second is non-malfeasance, do no harm. Autonomy and justice. Autonomy is the patient gets to decide. Justice is we should be fair to everyone. So some doctors will say, I think it is harmful to do gender reassignment surgery, and that is more important than a patient's autonomy. I think that's a fine ethical argument to make. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. This is where this is not my area of expertise. I don't know the data well enough to say this is right and this is wrong. But I think what I have seen some signals of is that when it's done poorly, when people rush to these things without doing a thorough differential, then you're opening yourself up to a potential problem. Right? And if you want to make a moral stance against abortion, like that's one thing. But from a medical perspective, you know, if a fetus has anencephaly, which is the absence of a brain, that is incompatible with life. Like, if you don't have a brain, you're not going to, like, you can't live. It's impossible. Right? So in that kind of situation, I think it makes a lot of reasonable medical sense to have an abortion. Like, it's a no-brainer from a medical sense. Now, you can still have a moral argument against it. But that's why I said at the beginning, the thing that you start with is, what is the standard that we're using to make our decisions? Is it science? So I think science should be number one when it comes to the practice of medicine. Because, and the simple reason for that is that when it comes to morality, people disagree. Right? But when it comes to science, science is fact. So I think our practice of medicine should be based primarily on fact. And then if you have a personal moral objection, like, that's a different story. Right? So if you as a doctor say, this is against my religion, I can't do this, as long as you're being fair about it, I think, like, that's fine. Like, I mean, I think there's a limit to that. Right? So I think that beneficence and malfeasance and justice, so I think discriminating against a patient on the basis of their religion or race, I don't think is just. And beneficence is help people, and you're not doing that. So that, I think, is bad. But the point is, the thing that I feel the most strongly about is that the same standard should apply to everything. We shouldn't start changing the standard just because we don't like the direction that something is going.
Okay, I've got two, like, really quick ones.
Okay.
Did you want to elaborate more?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Really, really quick, okay? Like 30-second questions.
Okay.
Or answers. If someone says your wife is beautiful, how do you feel about it? I have a hard time to relax when someone opposite gender compliments my wife. Do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. A lot of that is going to be like, how threatened do you feel by that? Right? So, I mean, I don't know how often people call my wife beautiful, but I think she's beautiful. We just don't go out much, right? So like you will go out and I will go out, but we don't. But like I will call her beautiful. I think she's beautiful. I have tried really hard to convince her that people think she's beautiful even when they never say it because of their behavior towards her. Hey, I'm your boss. You got a promotion. Let's go out and celebrate. We're going to go to the place and I'm going to buy you drinks, right? So like when that happens, like I'm like, hey, this is kind of red flaggish for me, right? So I think like, you know, I mean, hopefully you think your wife is beautiful, and for other people to observe that, I think is not necessarily bad. Not necessarily, but I think that comes to your own threshold of comfort with it. And then there's also like the tone, right? So people in chat have called Kruti beautiful. I haven't felt bad about that. I think, yeah, like I agree. Like that's why I married her. One of the reasons.
We got a first time chatter saying she hot.
I mean, I agree. Like
Okay, 30 seconds, babe. Should I try and make a relationship work based on how long I've been with them?
That should not be the operative variable.
2, 1. Yes or no? 3, 2.
No,
1.
I won't.
No.
I won't say yes or no.
I'm gonna say no.
No. So I think that's not the operative variable. The question is, what is in the relationship that is worth making work? And if it is just time, then I'd say no. So if in that time there is something of immense value that is worth fighting for, then the answer is yes. But time as a variable is not a good thing. The presumption is that in that time there's been something really good that is potentially worth fighting for. Okay, I see there's, so I think we need to get to,
We do, yeah, we do have a
okay,
couple.
so there are a couple people who have questions. Mia Rose, let's get to our next caller, but
Yeah, I don't wanna keep
Mia
them
Rose
waiting too much.
so member, please post in our membership community. And if one of our membership mods could flag that post for me for our next membership lecture, I want to take a look at that question. And for Mia Rose, thanks, Crow, for floating that to the surface. Can you please post more detail on our subreddit, and I'll do my best to take a look. Also, I read most of the posts on the subreddit, and I am routinely not the most upvoted answer, which I love. That speaks to how good our community is, and also why you guys don't need to talk to Dr. K, because Dr. K will answer your question, and everybody else will love somebody else's answer even more, including the OP. Okay? So there's a lot of great people in this community.
All right, cool. Trevor, let's not keep our couple waiting any longer.
Yeah, no problem. We're gonna have Lucas and Ori, I think that's how we pronounce it, come in.
Are we doing camera?
Lucas and Ori, you're live, and yes, we will do camera.
Great.
Perfecto.
Welcome.
How's the audio? Can you hear us okay?
Yes, can
Yeah.
you hear us? Do we turn
Yes.
up? Okay.
No,
can
no,
hear you.
you're fine.
Okay.
I'm Lucas.
Hi,
And I'm
Lucas.
Ori.
So nice to meet you both.
Nice to meet you too. First off, I just want to say thank you so much for taking time to chat with the community and answer all the questions that everybody had. So I'm grateful and thankful for that. And then also shout out to Noah. He's also my cohort. I'm also becoming a coach, part of the
wow.
Dark Magic.
Nice.
Yeah. So also he's working his ass off. I will say he's always in there chatting and he's up to it. So I can give confirmation.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
and then the other component is the question is a dynamic about our relationship. So I feel like as a aspiring coach, there's some apprehension about sharing it just because it feels like so raw. It's not just me, it's our dynamic. So
Okay.
if you two are ready, it's more of a thing we've been talking about for a while. So we need an outside perspective. So we're super
Sure.
interested to hear what you have to say. So basically, I struggle to feel okay if she's not okay. And there's a specific scenario that came up a couple weeks ago where we were both sick and not feeling well. We had food poisoning. And she was sort of requesting a certain amount of comfort and care. But in that moment, I was trying to service my own needs and take care of what I wanted to. And we were in the situation where our needs didn't match in that moment. And it doesn't always come up this way. And I wonder about our attachment styles as well. We've been diving deep into Dr. K's lectures on attachment styles.
Okay.
I'm avoidant, and she has an anxious attachment style. So there's some pieces there.
Oh no.
Match made in hell is what Dr. K said. So we're
Yeah.
trying to climb the ladder out of hell here, Dr. K. We need your help desperately.
Yeah. No, you guys can do it. So match made in hell, but one of y'all is capable of the dark magic, right?
Okay.
Which I'm not sure will actually help in this situation. But and by the way, so people, even though it's a match made in hell, there are many couples that successfully navigate to graduate to secure attachment. Right, so it's doable. So you guys are not doomed, but it's challenging. But keep going.
Yeah, So we've had a few conversations about addressing the things that have come up. Maybe you could share your experience, and then you two can take it from there. Maybe.
Yeah, and a little bit of background. I do feel like we have moved more towards secure attachment. Like we've been dating for 5 years.
Yeah.
As background. And we did a
can
year of couples.
Can I interrupt you? Sorry, before you keep going.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sorry for being a dick. So, lesson to everybody in avoidant and anxious attachment relationships: when your avoidantly attached boyfriend shows up on a couples stream to ask a question about your relationship, that means that y'all are doing something right. So please continue.
I'm trying.
Yeah, so we did a year of couples therapy we stopped 6 months ago. And our therapist focused on nonviolent communication. I'm not sure if you've talked about what nonviolent communication is, but I feel like a lot of the tools or things that you talk about lean that way a little bit. And so we use that style, that framework of communication where you say how you're feeling, you say why you feel that way, and then you say what need is behind that. So we try to communicate like that when we can, but then it's not perfect. Anyways, but yeah, so we think a lot about what is our need behind what's happening. And so in this situation where our needs didn't match, I don't know, I feel like oftentimes we're able to work through it, but in this one, I think I have the expectation that he was feeling better than I was at the time. So like if anyone's had food poisoning, like it comes in waves. And so I was having like a really bad, like I can't walk, I'm in a ball, like, oh, my stomach cramps are so bad right now moment. And he was feeling better. And I think he was feeling like, oh, I'm finally feeling better. I want to do something for myself. And I was feeling like I'm really struggling right now and I just want some comfort. And I know part of like the anxious attachment style is like you're seeking like reassurance from the outside sometimes.
Yeah.
But in this situation, I felt like it was very much like not, it is partly emotional, but I'm like, the need is more physical, I guess. Maybe it is emotional. I don't know. I need to think about that more. But
what do you
feeling
mean?
like I have.
What do you mean the need is physical?
Maybe it is more emotional. Like I feel like I wanted comfort because it's like, I guess I couldn't do anything physical in the moment. Like there's nothing to make the actual stomach pain better, but I wanted someone there like with me, like to feel.
What did you want
Yeah.
Lucas to do?
Well, okay. Full disclosure, I wanted him to watch Lord of the Rings with me.
Okay, that's a commitment. That's
didn't
like
want
3.5 hours. Yeah.
Extended edition.
But I just,
No,
even
I
if it was
know.
just like 30 minutes, even if it's just like 30 minutes, just like while I was in just like so much discomfort, I wanted to like be with, like not feel alone in my physical discomfort. And I realized that I have this expectation that if we are physically sick, that we show up for each other if we are able to. And I felt like he was able to, but he was choosing not to show up for me. And I didn't know how to reconcile that. And also, while trying to take care, like, I've worked really hard through our relationship to be like, okay, I'm taking care of my own need. I'm not putting it onto you. Because I used to do a lot of manipulative behaviors where it's like, this is your responsibility. And that's a lot of what we learn in couples therapy, where like how to service your own needs. So I think what I'm struggling with is at what point is an expectation reasonable? And at what point do I expect him to fulfill a certain need? And when is that unreasonable? And when is that like my anxious attachment? So I'm having trouble distinguishing that.
Our relationship lays in your hands.
Can I
I'm
take
just
this one?
Yeah, you can take this one, but okay, go ahead.
Well, okay. So
This is great.
attachment styles aside, this sounds like a communication thing. And first of all, I've been suckered into watching the extended edition unknowingly. So like I get it. I get it. But one thing that Alok and I kind of found was quantifying the need. Like, how badly do you need this? So, like, I'll just ask you, like, scale of 1 to 10, how badly did you want him to be in bed with you?
That is a beautiful response. That just clicked for me. I think that was really good. Something I reflected on is in my avoidant attachment is I'm very self-reliant, as I learned through Dr. K. And that I assumed her experience was over amplification, and that in my position I would have not have asked that. So I think asking the scale will really allow me to assess.
So, like,
yeah, wow.
But do you remember, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, like, how badly did you want him to be in bed with you?
I was like level 8. I was just
You were
I
an
was having
8. And
I
then,
was rough.
so for
Real rough.
Lucas, on a scale of 1 to 10, how badly did you need to, like, disengage and go do your own thing?
Maybe it's a cop-out answer, but I feel like 8. Like rarely, like most, like I always step up and take care of her and like do these
Yeah.
sorts of things. But I was on an up for my sickness, and I was like, I can finally have enough concentration to like just watch a YouTube video, watch a Dr. K video, watch a Healthy Gamer video, and like not think about anything. And maybe that's a partial.
So if you're
I'm
deadlocked,
trying to-
that's
go
interesting
ahead.
because we've never been
I was just thinking,
deadlocked.
we've been doing this for 2 years. We've never
We've
been
never been like,
not a single time.
because we'll be like, okay, I'm like a 7.92, so you win.
No, I
And-
think we've genuinely. I haven't done manipulation to change my number. I think
No,
we're
no,
just
but I'm not
genuinely
saying that you have. It's more like when we kind of see like, okay, we've never deadlocked, so this is interesting to me.
Yeah. So what I thought was really
I don't
interesting.
think we have before either. Sorry.
No, that's fine. So what I thought was really interesting is what I was going to respond with is, okay, thank you for sharing your experience of the situation, Ori. Lucas, what is yours? And what I thought was really interesting is that Kruti was like, okay, this is enough.
Well, I mean,
Right, which I think is telling.
I thought they both described their
No,
experiences.
Lucas, did you describe your experience of it?
Partially.
Yeah.
That night I had broken fever. I
Okay.
was on a slight uphill for my energy, and I was like, I'm finally see a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of energy. I just need the whole day before I was just like in bed, like not having a good time. So in that moment, I was sort of like, this is my time. And then she made the request for me to comfort her. And rarely does it happen that we both meet this moment. I'm also trying to explore that side of avoidant attachment, of understanding my own needs and not placing hers above mine. So it's like this really tricky dynamic where like I'm also like, it's coming up as, am I over indexing like my need here, or am I just using this as a shield to not comfort her because I want to do something selfish, which is maybe an avoidant response, but yeah.
Okay. So my answer is like a little bit different. So it starts with a question, which is, what does success in this scenario look like to both of you? To either, like, so what would, so this is a problem, right? If the problem was fixed, what would this look like?
Do you want to go first?
If you have something loaded, go for it.
I do have something.
That's great language. Great language, by the way. If you have something loaded, I love that.
I think for me, like what I was trying to explain to him before was I think he felt like it was all or nothing for me. Like it was like you either watch this with me or you don't. And I think for me, success would have been better communication in the moment. I think we both agree on that. Where like I don't want to watch Lord of the Rings because we're on like this third extended edition. We've been watching it while we're sick, and I'm like tired of Lord of the Rings. Can I comfort you in another way? Is there something else that we can figure out? I think. And he kind of tried to do that, but he was more like, I'm going to watch my videos and you can like lay there next to me if you want. But I'm like, what I want to feel is not alone in my pain. And so I think that to me would have felt like success, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can see it. It's still alive for you. That pain, that feeling of being alone, being abandoned.
Well, because
right?
it feels like it sounds like you feel like you really weren't asking for that much. It sounds like you feel like you were like, okay, I'm asking for like really just a very simple, small thing. And I think Lucas was like, I'm maxed out. Like, this is the most I can do. I need to step away.
Yeah.
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 That's a tough one. I feel like we've been there.
Yeah, I've got an answer, but let's hear from Lucas.
Okay.
Yeah, you ready?
So I did leave this part out. I did try to throw out a compromise because we were in two separate beds because we were in a hotel room, and she was on the other side. She was not having a good time, and a part of myself, I think, interpreted it as over amplification of her pain, like I said earlier. And so I'm registering a part of myself selfishly was minimizing her experience, but maybe also like trying to be in myself. But I did offer, please come over to the other bed, bring the laptop, like just lay down next to me, and like I'm gonna watch my thing, and like you can watch your thing, like next to each other. That was a compromise I had come up with in the moment. It didn't seem to land, and then eventually I caved and compromised and watched Lord of the Rings, which I feel like is an avoided attachment style because I like placed my own needs and prioritized hers. Match made in hell, maybe.
Yeah, which didn't feel good for me because then I'm like, I just feel like you felt coarse and it wasn't genuine. Like I want it to feel genuine, and so then it's like,
We both lost.
Then what we left out is then 2 days later, I was struggling to recover from this. It happened again, and he had an interview the next day online, and he was like, you're having this moment again, like you're the third, like, because basically what was happening is we would feel better and then we'd eat food, and then I would feel terrible again trying to like eat food. And it would be like I was sick all over again. And so this happened, and he had this interview, and he kind of just ignored me because I think he was frustrated from the time before, and his like the avoidant thing came up stronger the second time, and like the frustration. So it was like a double whammy situation.
Yeah. That's why we're trying to register as, I think, are these outliers or are these a trend of my behavior not taking care of her? As I think as she has communicated, one of her bigger concerns about what has happened.
Like it's a big value for me in a relationship that I can trust that my partner will be there for me when it appears to me that they're able to be there. Like I'm a reasonable person. Like if they're not home or you know what I mean. But to me it seemed, I don't know. Kruti said like I didn't feel like I was asking for much, and I want to feel that I can trust that my partner is gonna show up for me in that way, but also being self-reliant. So Yeah.
So that second time, where were you on a scale of 1 to 10?
It was a very same pain, same level.
No, not the pain, but like, do you feel like you needed him to show up for you more the second time, or was it less, or still an 8?
It might have been more, maybe because he didn't show up the first time.
I think so too.
Okay. What's you haven't? I have a couple questions, but then I also have a couple of answers. Do you want to go first? Do you have something loaded?
I mean, I'm quicker, I think, to just get to the answer, but you can ask your questions.
Okay. So what I'm curious about is Ori, I do get. So first of all, I think y'all are amazing.
Y'all are truly so cute.
Yeah. So I think that like y'all are y'all give me hope for the relationships born in the depths of hell.
We're both yoga teachers. We're both becoming qigong teachers, and we've watched Healthy Gamer content, so we're on the up.
I
That's
almost
great.
had hope that you could not watch Lord of the Rings, but I
So
realized that Lord of
just
the
to
Rings
give you all some
always
background,
wins.
so Return of the King was coming out, and she had not seen the first two movies. So I was like, we have tickets for 10 o'clock at night. We got to start in the morning, and you got to watch both extended editions. I kept her. She watched 12 hours of Lord of the Rings in one
That's
day
amazing.
because I was like, look, you have to see the first two, and you can't watch you have to watch the extended because the extended is just better.
All of his friends are there, and they're like, "Are you loving this?" And I'm like,
She was. I ruined the experience for her because she just watched so much Lord of the Rings. So it's funny
That's
that this is Lord of the Rings. There's some weird karmic something going on here. So
Absolutely.
my question, Ori, is in those moments. So it's clear to me that you guys are committed to each other. It's clear to me that Lucas has come a long way. That you've come a long way. So what is it in those moments that makes it hard to remember? And I think you do maybe after the fact, right? So what makes it hard to access his support and care for you in that moment?
Like what emotion or what?
So what makes it hard for you to basically remember that he is there for you, even if he's not there for you in this moment the way that you want? Right? Does it just kind of go out the window and you like, because I get the sense that you can't act, because the way that y'all talk about each other, there's clearly a lot of commitment. There's clearly a lot of compromise. There's clearly a lot of growth, right? But that feels far from you in that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels accurate. Maybe something I think what comes to mind, which is something I think I've grappled with. We're both each other's first serious relationship, so we kind of just like figured out all the tough parts together. It's been like
This
it's
story
been
gets
bumpy.
better and better.
And we're also, for reference, we're travelers, we're backpackers, so we're on a
Nice.
9-month trip. So we're also like each other's rock.
Got it. Yeah.
Like we have networks that we call, but if we're physically sick, like I can't call my mom to
Yeah.
come over or like a friend. So there's also that dynamic. But yeah, I think it comes down to loving myself and feeling that I'm worthy of the love that he gives me and feeling like almost like I can't believe it sometimes.
Yeah.
And that anything that puts a crack in that, it's like my mind uses that as that opening.
Yeah.
And I'm aware of that.
Excellent insight.
But yeah, I'm aware of it, but then like it'll still happen. I feel like it's a lot better than it used to be. Because I think it used to cause a lot of certain like behaviors. Now I think it causes less behavior and the thoughts are there, they're less, but yeah. I think that answers your question.
Yeah, I can see how, that crack really lets the flood through, right? And then even when you're talking about it, like it's clear that you're recalling how overwhelming it feels, how kind of abandoned you feel, right? And then Lucas is stuck with the sort of like, am I an asshole? Or is this part of her self-reliance growth journey, right? Like we can't tell.
No, we can't.
Is this anxious attachment out of control or avoidant attachment out of control? Which one of us? We can't even figure out. I can't tell if I'm the one who's fucked up or he's the one who's fucked up. Okay?
Yeah.
So beautiful. I mean, I know it sucks for y'all, but beautiful, really beautiful to see that you guys are working through this. I think you all have captured so there's like two things that make avoidant and anxious attachment relationships hard. One is when two people aren't trying and they're just in their own patterns and you're manipulative and he's running away and you guys are completely unconscious and everyone is getting torn apart all the time. What's really scary is that when two people love each other a lot, when they go to couples therapy, when they show up on a stream, when they watch, when they're becoming Qigong masters, they're backpacking together, you guys are doing everything right, and it's still hard. Like, look at this situation. It's like, how do we know? Is this a moment of personal growth, or is this a moment where my partner is falling into their lack of personal growth? Right? Okay, so here's my answer. I'm loaded. Okay. So first thing is, I think one thing that we've learned, I don't know if Kruti would even agree with this. I think there are some times where there's just an L. There's just a loss. This is actually not a moment of growth. And I think one of the biggest mistakes that we can sometimes make is correcting for every failure. Not every failure is a mistake, right? We should learn from our mistakes, not learn from our failures. So sometimes what I'm hearing is that y'all are backpacking, y'all are together all the time, both of y'all are sick, and something fell apart between you.
Yeah.
So I don't know that there is, I don't care who you are, unless you're two Buddhas who are in a loving relationship. Like, there are going to be some situations where things fall apart, the physical stress that you're under, you're going to regress, you're going to slip back into your patterns, right? So you don't want to correct your everyday formula, right? So like if I'm like serving, I don't know, a shrimp pasta, and someone comes into the restaurant and is allergic to shrimp and dies, I don't want to stop serving shrimp pasta automatically. Does that kind of make sense? So I think sometimes in relationships, things are just bad. And that's okay. And y'all don't actually have to over-index or correct for that. So that's number one. Which doesn't mean that you guys, I mean, I think y'all have both articulated a couple of really good things, but I think like this is a really good, it's hard to describe, but I feel like don't overcorrect for y'all's attachment style. Sometimes the nature of the attachment style is that it activates, kind of fucks things up for like a couple of days because y'all are sick, right? But at the end of the day, that has passed. It still hurts in some ways. There's some work to be done. I'm not saying ignore it, but like don't over-index to correct it is my first instinct. Y'all are on the right path. Right? And you guys have done so much positive work behind you. That is all paying in dividends, but y'all are still learning. Y'all aren't perfect yet. And sometimes both of y'all are going to get activated and you'll go back to the people that you were 5 years ago, which is what happens with regression in physical illness. Now, if one of y'all develops a chronic illness or something like that, that's a different story, right? Because then you guys need to develop a dynamic that will account for this outlier. Second thing is, I think this is a really good example of conflicting templates. So Ori has an idea of, in this situation, this thing means this thing, right? So if he doesn't do something, that means that he doesn't care, right? And Ori has a different template, which is like, okay, like this is a situation where he's all up in his head. He's like, I don't know if this is like her anxious attachment being overblown. And then there's this tricky thing, right? Because it's like, okay, if we feed the anxious attachment, it sometimes gets better and it sometimes gets worse. So I don't know what to do. Am I avoidantly attached? He's in his own head. He doesn't know really what's going on. But there's also, I think the key thing here is getting underneath the template. If you guys do want something to work on, which I think you were sort of saying like, you know, to be able to say like, hey, in this moment. And so one thing that I find as a psychiatrist is I will actually, when people have personality disorders or attachment styles, so this is like kind of baked into you, you know, I will have people put names to it. And so when I have a patient who has like BPD, for example, BPD gets better with stability, but it doesn't get better with like unresponsiveness. So I've literally had patients who will tell their partner, hey, BPD is just really active today, and like I need your help with that. Right. So this is where like, hey, my anxious attachment is flaring. Like I've got that, you know, my knee is hurting today. Like my anxious attachment is flaring. Yeah.
Question. Ori, are you a baby a lot? Like, do you need a lot of TLC?
I used to be, and now I think it's a lot less. What would you say from when you say baby like I
do
need
you
him to
need
like
to be
push
pampered
me?
a lot? Do you need like a lot of cuddles and get tucked in and like a lot of physical affection?
Maybe.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, see?
Yeah. And then Lucas, does it feel like, okay, I've given you all the kisses I can today, or like, do you get burnt out on like do you get touched out a little?
Yeah, this is something we sort of worked through at the beginning where I was extending my capacity to extend that to her and then burning myself out, not meeting my own needs. So it's been a development of like her working on the reassurance part and me working on the reassuring, but also taking care of myself
Yeah.
dynamic. And one thing we watched on your guys' stream, which I don't know if you do still do it, but Dr. K went wah, which was your
Yes.
implication that you're asking for something that was like it's high maintenance, I think is what Dr. K said, but it's something that you want regardless. So that's an
Exactly.
interesting.
I think that's kind of where when he talks about naming things, like we have a similar dynamic where like, well, we're both very high maintenance, right? We both like I need a lot of physical touch, a lot of physical comfort. He like needs things set up just so like, hey, can you like he'll be in bed and he's like, I need a glass of water. Also, can you fix the AC? Can you close the door? That light is still on.
That's
So
me.
like that kind of crap. Right. Yeah, exactly. I know. And I'm like, if I have to come back here one more time, oh, you need a napkin now? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's where it's just like I'm closing door, but I can't hear you, you know? So like I think naming those of like it really goes a long way. And like if I need a lot of verbal reassurance, I'm like, I need you to tell me sweet things. Like we just kind of name it and it really helps in the communication. This feels more than anything a communication breakdown. Like you guys have your patterns and your needs and stuff, but I think naming things, the scale of 1 to 10, and then like being able to recognize, like I was at an 8 before I didn't get it and that hurt. I'm at a 9.5 now, like, you know? And then I was thinking about you guys being deadlocked at 8, and I feel like in that situation, both of you saying, okay, let's both give each other what we need. Like, go ahead, take some space, come back and give me 10 minutes when you can. Might be like a good way for you guys to each say to each other, like, we both really need something. But I think it's communication and compromise. It's not one or the other. Like, find a way for you guys to both get what you need.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I was actually leaning a little bit. I think people overemphasize communication, actually, ironically, right? So I think sometimes like you just take the L. Like sometimes like it's just a bad situation. And overcorrecting for that can be like, because y'all are trying so hard right now to figure it out.
I think that's true. I don't think this is one of
3
them.
days.
I think this is a learning moment.
Agreed. So that's one perspective. Second perspective is I do think there's some understanding of templates, right? Where like the more Lucas understands what works for you and what doesn't work for you, you know, to read each other's signals, to understand that you don't have the bandwidth to watch Lord of the Rings right now. But for you to understand that this is her signaling something that she's not even consciously aware of in her template, for her to ask this kind of thing, what she may need is physical touch, right? What she may need is a kiss, or she needs some signal from you that I'm not abandoning you. Like she needs the anti-abandonment signal. And I think similarly in that way, so I've noticed that about Kruthi as well, where like sometimes she needs a signal that she doesn't know how to ask for. Right? And this is where you use the dark magic. This is one of the it is to be used rarely and only under certain circumstances, right? For you to be able to read and understand, okay, this is what she needs. Now, if she can explain it to you in therapy or whatever, like great. But like for you to know, like, okay, in the future, she may just need physical affection. So what I've done in our relationship is just ramp up physical affection like a ton. Because I've noticed that, and this is another important thing in a relationship, sometimes there's an efficiency of what it costs to give something and what someone receives, right? So it costs me not much to give her a hug. Mm-hmm. So every time I walk by, give her a hug, give her a kiss, right? But so then this is the other communication thing. So we use two other things to quantify. So we use the ranking system, but sometimes we'll use how empty is your tank, right? So like like how empty are you right now? So like literally it'll be like, our kids are going to come home soon. And then when they come home, we're going to have to do bedtime or whatever, right? And then I'm just going to ask her, how empty is your tank? And so to gauge where people are. And the other thing that we have is, how full is your cup? So like when your cup is full, that's like, what's your contentment level? What's your energy level? And where are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Those are 3 communication things that I think have really helped us.
Yeah.
I'll just ask her straight up, how empty are you? It's not about whether she had a hard day or I had a hard day, because sometimes you have a hard day and your cup, you're still like, you still got some juice left, right? And it's like, you know what? You relax, even though I've had a harder day. You recharge your battery more, then your battery is full, and tomorrow you're going to get a text, I need a napkin, I need this, right? Like I'm going to give you a chance to rest, and when you have energy, fucking spoil me. Okay? Right? So that's where I do think there's absolutely a communication element, but I think it's like these 3 things. Right? You guys are going to have some bumps in the road. Like, don't over-index. Understand each other's template, and 1 to 10, how to be able to gauge each other, right? Because you guys don't know each other's templates. So, like, where are you right now? And if Ori says, "Look, I'm absolutely empty," and you're like, "I'm feeling a little bit better," that's what's so hurtful, right? Is she sees you feeling a little bit better, and her needs are still quite acute. That doesn't make you an asshole, Lucas. By the way, right? And so, yeah.
Beautiful
Questions?
responses. I think, yeah, you gave us so much. I don't know if I have a question, but maybe a response. I think the relationship that we've had has given me so much personal growth, and I think spiritual growth. So it's like, it's a match made in hell, but it's like, if we're really working through it, right,
Yes.
there's like so much opportunity to learn. It could be a match made in heaven.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm so glad you said that, Lucas, because I think we sometimes grossly underestimate. We all want good things, but like we underestimate from like, this is like karmic and spiritual and whatnot, but like this was your karma, right? So you're, if we assume that some of this weird Hindu Buddhist stuff is correct, your soul, if you believe in this stuff, is omnipotent and omniscient and chooses the time and place of your birth. You have these dormant karmas, which are going to bear fruit in this life, and y'all have a karma. You were made for each other to have this kind of growth. And these tensions are what demand that you increase your awareness and become more spiritual, become better people. And without each other, this would not happen. So this is not a match made in hell. It is a match made in heaven, like literally, like in the stars. Okay? And so I'm a big believer in that, which is why, like, you know, I love working with people with like BPD and NPD and antisocial personality disorder and addicts and all these people that are like, you know, bad cases. And I think y'all are such an amazing example of why we started this community and why you should not let the things that are bad, like y'all have avoidant anxious attachment. Oh my God, secure attachment is better, but no one is screwed. You guys are such great examples of like what growth looks like and how amazing it can truly be. And just because you got dealt a certain hand of cards in life does not mean that you can't be happy, can't be in a loving relationship. So props to both of y'all.
I have one last thing for you guys.
Yeah.
But I agree. I think y'all are great. And I think this is very fun to kind of hear and talk about and kind of see a lot of our patterns mirrored in you guys. Because y'all are traveling, do you guys have a lot of friends where you're going, or are you guys alone a lot, the two of you?
We've been alone. We make friends.
You make friends.
Yeah, I think we've gotten good. Yeah, we're good at making friends, and we keep in touch with our friends back home and family. But yeah, we're
Okay.
together a lot.
Yeah. I will say it can be more challenging taking care of each other when you guys are all you have, right? When you're the only person close, because you mentioned like I can't call my mom, right? So I would just be a little mindful of that. Like maybe when you go back home, really immerse yourself in your tribe and give each other a break. And that way, like when you're back and like you're all each other have again, like you don't feel as like tapped out. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
that's
absolutely. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind. We got a couple more months, and then yeah,
awesome.
quality
Yeah, yeah.
recharge.
Yeah, totally. But it
I
was
did
great.
have a
Yeah.
follow-up. Oh, I have a follow-up question if you have time. I know that this stream is
Sure.
maybe longer than expected. I know originally one of your questions was feeling that your emotional state is attached to my emotional state. And I don't know if I feel clarity around that.
Sure. Yeah, like
that
me not feeling well,
piece.
she doesn't feel well. It's like, is that avoidant anxious dynamic, or is this codependency because we spend time together?
I would actually say neither, right? So
Okay.
I think here's how I would just speed run it, right? So yes, we're over time, but you guys have also been incredibly patient.
Yeah.
Y'all have been waiting for 4 hours. So let's do our best to honor that commitment that y'all have made. So Lucas, I think this has more to do with you than it has to do with avoidant attachment, right? So I think you struggle with being a dick. And so you place your own self-worth in your rise out of no longer being avoidant. You place a lot of value on, okay, I need to be a better person. Right. And so I think so in order to live up to that ideal, it hurts a lot to have her hurt. And then you beat yourself up as well because you're programmed in a particular way. And when you have needs that are driven by avoidant attachment or not even avoidant attachment, then when you have completely normal needs, you label them as avoidant to demonize yourself because you feel bad because you're not living up to her emotional needs.
That's the insight I was looking for. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pieces there I'm going to sit with.
Yeah. That's speed running. But I mean, and I could be wrong, right? So I could be wrong. But I mean, I mean, it seemed like you were nodding along and stuff. But I think that's like your personal struggle, right? That's your personal growth. Don't over pathologize and like just continue to work on that and recognize, so once you understand that you are enough, that you are doing a good job, then you can understand, okay, this is her anxious attachment. This isn't a deficiency on my part. And you're trying so hard to no longer be deficient for her. So then it gets really tricky, right? Because that ideal is going to like bring up all of this kind of stuff, which is a wonderful ideal to have, but you're still, working your way to like, okay, I have done it. I'm no longer avoidant. The moment that you understand that, the moment you have confidence in who you are, you will be able to let her fall apart without you taking responsibility. And then something beautiful can happen. You're not responsible for it, but you can pick her back up. Not your fault that she's falling apart, but you're still going to pick her back up. And right now, that distinction is going to be hard.
So I watched Healthy Gamer. That was true. Beautifully said. I think you have a good pulse for the tension there that I'm currently coming out of, and it's sort of like a weird place. So
yeah,
thank you for putting words and adding a bit of perception there. I have a slight request. I've been on a spiritual journey for like 10 years. I'm looking for resources or people to reach out to. I've read a bunch of books. I've done meditation. I've tried to meet yoga teachers. I've done therapy. I'm looking for spiritual awareness. I don't know if you could back channel anything, links, books, people I could talk to. That would be
What are you looking for spiritually?
I have a bunch of puzzle pieces about my understanding and perspectives of the world, and I feel like I haven't met people who have the ability to put my pieces that I have together. I don't know if that's a really general answer. I don't feel super comfortable sharing them on
Okay, sure. So then this is what I would recommend. So it's hard for me to recommend something without understanding. I have an inclination, but I too am reluctant to share that on stream.
Where are you guys?
We're in Peru currently.
You're in Peru.
Okay. So I would say, so I don't know if y'all have watched the membership lectures on weird stuff and things like that, right? So okay, so I would say what you should do. I mean, that's where we do the weird stuff. So what I would do is, I don't know if there's like, if you feel comfortable posting in the membership community about where you are in your spiritual journey. If you're not, then things become challenging. Okay, let me think for a second. Okay, let me ask you this. What if these pieces were put together, what would be different about you, or what would you achieve? What does achievement or resolution look like for you? Can you share that?
Yeah, I've felt pieces of resonance that have made me not feel insane, maybe. And I'm sort of just holding my hands out, I think, sort of trying to process a lot of the pieces.
Okay, so this is the best that I can do. So I'm going to think about it, and I will teach a practice at some point for sure, probably in memberships, because that's where I do most of the teaching of advanced practices. But I will think about what practice you need, and I will teach it to everybody, and then you can do that. So, okay, pieces of resonance. I got you. It's cool. Like, so, sometimes I'm like, I don't know how to do this. So a great example is Tech Teller a couple years ago was like, hey, can you do, everyone wants to do like heart chakra. And I was like, I don't know heart chakra. I don't know that. It's not what I do.
I remember you being so stressed out about that.
Yeah, I was like super stressed out. Like 2 or 3 days before, I just sat down to meditate, and I was like, oh, and it wasn't me figuring it out. So I'm going to it's helped me out before, so I'm going to ask for some help, and then I'll pass along what I get. Hashtag not a cult.
So much. That's right. Yeah, I appreciate even the fact that I think I was able to throw out a few pieces and you got me. It's exactly what I'm looking for. So
we'll
looking
see.
forward to it. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Thank you guys so much for coming on and waiting for 4 hours for us.
Thank you.
Okay, take care, guys. Trevor, I'm going to drop call, okay? I think we're done, right, Trevor?
Yes, drop.
Okay. Okay. Is there any stuff that you need to show before we wrap up?
No, can we just show some love for Trevor for producing all of this and getting all of the questions, and Allison and our mods, and everybody's been so amazing. Thank you guys. This is always fun for us, even though if it's a little bit different, not our usual time. But it's been really cool hanging out with y'all.
It's been a blast, dude. We should absolutely do this more.
Yeah.
Is my sense. Like, this is so much fun and so great. And I think what I really love about it is, like, people are coming here with challenges, but I don't know. I mean, I imagine our mods did a great job of like selecting people, but it's amazing. So when I started doing this like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7 years ago, I don't even know how, it's like everyone was at the beginning. You guys get that?
Everyone's so evolved now.
Everyone is evolved. And it's really great because instead of just doing the basic stuff over and over again, we've got someone who's on the spectrum who's like, hey, how do I understand this? I've managed to have a couple of relationships. We have I think Wave Night was, and he's like, hey, I'm 27. I'm in my first relationship, right? So like I'm here, and here's what I'm running into. So it used to be like, I've never had a relationship. And I know there's plenty of people who have that kind of challenge as well, which is like totally fine, right? That's why we make things like the guide, which is like all the steps, right? So it's all the steps. It's like later advanced communication techniques, early dating stuff, all of the above. And it's really cool to see, like, I mean, these people have anxious attachment, avoidant attachment, but it's like, okay, hold on a second. This is the resolution of y'all's past karma. This is not, I mean, is it a disadvantage? Yes. Disadvantage isn't the right word. Is it something that you carry that is burdensome? Yes. But the quality of relationship that they are going to have, if not already have, that I think y'all can see, is amazing. And so it's amazing to see people have better problems. Like, that is so awesome. Like, it never gets easy. I mean, yeah, it does actually, but it stays hard for a really long time. Let's put it that way.
Well,
right?
There's also like parent questions. So you guys have like really gone through quite a few milestones.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really cool.
Y'all, people were virgins and then they got laid and now they're having babies. People have anxious and avoidant attachment and they're working through it. And people, and some people are still at the beginning of their journey. Some people haven't progressed much in 4 or 5 years, and that's also something that I'm working on some. But I think oftentimes one of the trickiest things is we don't realize our progress. And so then what happens is things just click. I remember seeing a post. Dr. K helped me get laid, right? And it's like, it's a journey. I'm not clear that I still don't really understand what impact I had, but.
Is Dr. K gonna help me get laid?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I don't know if I'm, no, actually, no. Dr. K is not going to help. Dr. K is not going to give you advice on how to get laid, right? That would backfire so much. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, this got really weird. It was just
I know
a
you made it
joke.
weird.
It was just, no. I
No.
made a joke.
Okay, well,
You thought too much.
I did. I was in my head.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. Dr. K is going to help you get.
It's too close.
Oh, yeah.
Too
Now
close to
the
me.
joke. Now the joke isn't funny, is it? Okay. Okay. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, guys.
We will see y'all later. I don't know when. I'm fried. But this
You
was
can
fun.
tell. This was fun.
Thank you guys so much, and we'll see y'all next week. I
Yeah.
think deep dive into psychedelics, interview, and then Anima Animus. Let's go. Anima Animus is going to be long.
Love, sex, and relationships.